The meeting to order, and pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, this meeting will be conducted in person and is a courtesy via remote means in accordance with applicable law. Please note that while an option for remote attendance and participation is being provided, the meeting will not be suspended or terminated if there are technological problems unless required by law. Anyone intending to make an audio or video recording of this meeting should notify the chair. My phone, it's blowing up. Everybody's recording. So we'll start with the pledge. Everybody can rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we are going to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Mass General Law 30A, Section 2, 1A2. The school committee will enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy as it relates to negotiations with Unit A, the Duxbury Teachers Association. Can I have a motion to adjourn to executive session?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
You gotta do a roll.
Matt?
Aye.
Jen?
Laurel, aye.
Kelly, aye. are back in session after executive session. I think I'm on. So first thing up is public comment. And I'll just ask when you come up to, if you could state your name and address and then just sign the piece of paper. Is anyone going to speak? And just as an FYI with public comment, it's not, like, we don't comment back. It's not a discussion. Okay.
Do you guys like the new paint?
Hi, my name is Jessica Marconi. I live at 12 Village Way in Tinkertown Landing. So I'll start by saying thank you all for your time tonight. I believe I did forward all of you the email we had sent to the Transportation Department last week, which basically outlined our concerns that I'll reiterate today. I know we did receive a response today. I just wanted to kind of lay out our concerns again, that we do have about 25 kids in our neighborhood that are school age that take the bus every day. I understand that the current bus stop is not unlike some other bus stops in town. What we're offering is that there is a safer alternative that would likely only take the bus maybe 1 or 2 minutes extra to do, which is what it used to do for the last 20 or so years, and go into the neighborhood and make a loop. There's no need to go in reverse or go down any cul-de-sacs in our neighborhood. And for the Alden bus in particular, it might even save time. So currently that bus is going past our neighborhood and turning around and then coming back and not picking up any kids on that turnaround. So they could just do that loop within our neighborhood. So I understand bus routes are determined based on efficiency and safety, and so what we're asking is maybe the concession of 1 to 2 minutes for 25 kids, increased safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did put all the bus policies on the table if anybody wants them. It's just like anything that has to do with the bus with school committee, if people want to grab them.
Hi there. Thank you, everyone. I just want to echo my neighbor's plea. The bus has been coming into our neighborhood with no issues for 20-plus years. And I understand that the bus stops on main roads, right? So the concern with Elm Street and Pine Lake Road specifically lies on that stretch of road itself. There's a reason why the Duxbury police put up the speed sign about a half mile right before you get to that corner going westbound. And that's a highly trafficked and highly, sped area. More so is the stop itself, not necessarily because it's on a main road at Elm. That's dangerous enough. I have a 9-year-old and he's a boy and he's there with his friends, and we can't always be there to supervise as parents. We work, we have other obligations, we have other children. So to leave, unsupervised young boys especially, the Alden bus specifically, for numerous reasons, being 6:50 in the morning, they're gonna be required to walk, get there, bike there. It will be dark, there will be inclement weather. That corner specifically, and I do have a police report. I contacted the Duxbury Police this morning. I asked them for a police report. The names have been redacted to protect any individual's identity. But there was an incident just months ago where somebody flew into our neighborhood, because there's a blind spot around the corner when you're going westbound, and jackknifed it and went off into the woods. That's where not only our children are required to stand, but quite frankly, I don't feel comfortable myself as an adult standing there. Amazon drivers fly in there all sorts of hours of the day and night. As we all know, they deliver things between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. all the time. That spot itself is a hazard. And God forbid that somebody else whips that corner and there's a 20-plus kids standing there, including adults, including cars that were all piled up one on top of the other. That's just not a safe alternative. Speaking of efficiency, we got a response that, the bus routes are due to efficiency issues. As Jessica pointed out, the bus drives by our kids, drives through a neighborhood with no pickups just to come back. I recorded it myself the other day. It took over 2 minutes for that bus to go by them, drive around, and come back. That 2 minutes would have been utilized to turn around safely within our neighborhood, again, as it always has. More so, I observed bus 19 for Alden specifically because that's the earliest bus that comes, and that's the concern: inclement weather, traffic, unsupervised kids potentially. I observed bus 19 today standing in line, waiting to let kids off the bus for approximately 6 minutes. So if we're talking about efficiency, getting that bus there so early and having the kids sit on that bus anyways and not even allowing them to get off because school's not even open, I think the 2 extra minutes that it would take them to come back through our neighborhood like it has is not a unreasonable ask. And so, again, whatever we can do, whoever is willing to help us, whoever is willing to advocate with us and for us, we'd really appreciate it. Again, it's for the safety of all our children. But I personally don't feel comfortable standing there myself. Even when I go for a walk in our neighborhood, I do not go past our pond, as cars whip in and out constantly, and it's just not a safe spot. And once you go around the corner from Elm Street onto that, where the car nosedived into the woods, there's a steep hill that drops down. And so drivers naturally just fly right down that hill. So when our children are being asked to come up, they're kids. They are taking their bikes. They're trying to take their scooters. It's a half a mile for them to get to that bus stop. Cars are whizzing in and out by them, and they're dodging traffic. When Amazon drivers are screaming at them. My son was just screamed at today by an Amazon bus driver, to get out of the way. It's a road that our children travel on, and, again, it's a safety concern, not just for, the kids, but I think for all of us. More so when we're standing there, we now have cars piled up one after the other, which makes it even more impossible when cars come into our neighborhood now to get by safely. So imagine there was an emergency vehicle had to get in, and we're all stacked one on top of the other with a multitude of cars. Every second counts in an emergency, and so if an emergency vehicle is trying to get in and can't, those seconds matter. And again, it's that spot specifically where I don't understand why the place that they had, which all the kids from the neighborhood still gathered at one single spot. It's not like we were asking to make multiple spots. It's just, I don't understand why the bus was removed, so we're asking for anyone's help that can get us reinstated our bus stop back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And can you state your name when you start?
Hi, Heather Hawk, 55 Pine Lake Road. I'm a terrible public speaker, so sorry. Same sentiment as my neighbors, just pleading to have the bus stop moved back up into the neighborhood where it's been for the last 20 years. It was like one of the bigger draws that we bought our house in that neighborhood for, that our bus stop was right outside our front door. We could watch our kids safely. We could get them on and off quickly. I have 2 at Alden who now are going down to the front of the neighborhood. For us, our house is maybe a little bit closer than everybody else's, but it's still a 5 to 8 minute walk down to the front of the neighborhood, which right now, not a huge concern. But come the wintertime, when it's dark out at that hour of the morning and they're walking down there, all of them, a lot of boys, as has been mentioned, pushing and shoving each other, riding their bikes. And our neighborhood has some streetlights, but up where the stop is, it's not well lit at all. And it is a blind curve. You come around that curve and the front of our neighborhood is not super visible, and they so far have been good about staying tucked back, but another fear, nobody can see them. So if there is a car bombing in, it does put the kids at a lot of risk. Initially, the response we got was that private neighborhoods are not allowed to have buses come down. And we kind of went back with, well, there are some private neighborhoods that do have bus stops, and my memory is terrible. So Simmons Drive has 2 bus stops within their neighborhood. They are a private road, and they have the same situation as us. The bus can come through without having to turn around. There's no cul-de-sacs. There's no backing up. And then the next response we got was efficiency. And I'm going to just briefly talk about our bus stop. And I'm going to talk about Alden because with my 3 kids screaming at me this afternoon, I did not have time to go through the Chandler one, even though that's a concern of mine too. So 1 stop would be needed in our neighborhood for about 20 to 25 kids. Stagecoach on the Alden bus has 7 different stops, stopping at 7 different houses on Stagecoach Road. That was one that was given back to us as like, well, Stagecoach is 1 stop, but on the official bus stop, it's 7 different stops. And the offer that was given to us was, if you find this unsafe, you can drive your kids over to Stagecoach Road, which, let's be honest, that's ridiculous. So I also have a plea for Chandler, but like I said, I did not have enough time to pull any information against that. And I just implore you to reconsider or do what you can to help us get that bus stop back into a safer space and an easier space for everyone in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather.
Hi. Want me to put my name? Okay. So again, just to piggyback up on my neighbors,
Can you state your name?
Allison Kennedy, and I'm at 105 Pine Lake Road. And just like what they said, we want the bus stop moved back inside the neighborhood. It's been like that for 30 years. There is one way in and one way out. I have one son in kindergarten, and this whole time I was like, oh, this is so great. Just like like Heather said, the bus stop is safe inside of our neighborhood. The kids are tucked on an island. They can hang out there. There's plenty of space. Emergency vehicles, landscapers, all of those things can go in and out of the neighborhood without going by. So here's our neighborhood, okay? Here's where you guys want us to go out. It's a perfect circle. The bus stop is over here, tucked away off the road. All of the children are safe. I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. This afternoon, I was chasing my 3-year-old out of the car right near here to try to get my 5-year-old safely off the bus. There's 8 cars parked right here, and then we all have to turn around while other kids are on their bikes trying to get back up. And nobody in the neighborhood lives on this section. We are all 0.3 to 0.5 miles away from the bus stop, noted here on the town map. From all of the houses I've marked, these are all the Chandler and Alden kids. I didn't do the middle school and high school kids. I'm sure they would love the bus stop moved back as well. This is where we all are, all right here. There are no houses right here. There's a pond and no streetlights. It's just extremely unsafe. We have little children. It takes 2 minutes, to go in, turn around, and come out. Going back to the bus routes. So I did Chandler and Alden. Going back to Heather says. Alden makes 7 bus stops, 7, within 0.6 miles. 7 bus stops. 2 of them are next door to each other. That's really fair, isn't it? It's not. I just want all of us to have a fair chance to get our kids safely on the bus. It's just really not fair, especially the little kids. Going back to Chandler, and also for Alden, they start at our neighborhood, go, because the way that they want to not turn into our neighborhood, go down Stagecoach and Surrey, past our neighborhood again, doesn't seem very like a good waste of time, back down Oak, and they're making a circle. They've already passed our neighborhood. Chandler, same thing. Sorry, I had a lot of notes and I was trying to do this quickly.
Wait, can I ask a question? So
Yeah.
when they come down, so where's the bus starting from that it passes Pine Lake? Right, so it starts,
Actually, both buses.
so it's coming, so it's Chandler coming to get your Alden kids, so it's coming from Chandler? Okay. So the
Both buses do.
door would be on the opposite side. That's why it's doing that, okay.
If you know Chandler and stopped right there, our kids would have to cross.
Right,
And I don't think that's part of the route, because if they cross the road, someone would hit.
yes, that's why they're going past
And even beyond
Pine
that,
Lake.
the rest of the route is the other way.
Yeah.
The bus needs to go that direction.
I redid the bus routes.
Got it, thank
to
you.
make it more efficient, to save
I get it.
that 1 minute that it takes to come into our neighborhood. Don't drive past our neighborhood and turn around. I don't know. I'm sorry, it's unbelievable. And going back to Chandler, they stop 5 times on Stagecoach Surrey. And, yep, right here. Here we are here. And they start at 160, go down Elm into these neighborhoods, up to Toby Garden, turn around on Evergreen, come back so that they hit us on the right way, and then come in here on the way home. They come down, go down East Street, which the East Street, that makes total sense, ending there, starting there. They come down, go past our neighborhood, do this route, come back, when they could just leave Chandler, East Street, do this little loop, maybe take 4 bus stops and turn it into 2. You know, it's inside a safe neighborhood. It's not a main road. Come out, go back up to our neighborhood, turn around, 1 extra minute, come back, go down, and then loop this. I just saved 5 minutes by adding 1. And I just feel like after 30 years, if it was working and our kids are safe, why are we making this so complicated? Like, I would have done a better presentation, but I was trying to do it really quickly with my kids. But just like today, really like chasing my 3-year-old at the entrance of my neighborhood, trying to get my son off the bus because the bus driver doesn't know me. There's 8 cars behind me. There's landscapers. There's one way, one out. Like, if there was an emergency, like they said, at one of our neighbors' house, during that time, like 5 minutes, like that makes a huge deal. Not to mention on Elm and Summer, the traffic jam that it was causing in the morning. Like 2 extra minutes. That's all we're asking. Like, to come into our neighborhood 1 stop. Not 7 like Stagecoach and 4 like Stagecoach on the Alden and Chandler bus. We just want to be heard, and I know you guys are getting annoyed of us, but like, we're not gonna stop. I'm just gonna tell you, the safety of our children is really important. And I will get a list of private ways, and I'll go through and tell you all the private ways that you go down. Simmons is one of them. They have 2 stops. Yeah, Weston Farms. I know there's others. I called the planning board to get yes, there's a bunch. There's really a bunch. And I just don't understand by 1 or 2 minutes, the whole efficiency of the bus routes out the door. For the safety of the 25 kids that live in our neighborhood that take the bus. And it's tucked away off the side. Really, I'm begging you, please. We'd all really appreciate it. But,
Thank you.
okay, thank you guys.
Hi. I'm Katie McNamara. I live at 130 Pine Lake Road.
And I would like to echo my neighbors behind me. Kelly is also a neighbor of mine. I have a kindergartner, and my home is the furthest away from the entrance of our neighborhood. And I've got 2 other children who are a little bit older. And so my ask is pretty personal to me because my youngest is a kindergartner, and I think that there's some state law or something that says that I should be able to have a bus stop as close to my driveway as possible to pick up my kindergartner. And I don't get that. I have to ask my child to walk over a half mile to the end of our neighborhood to get on the bus. I am so upset about this that I have actually been just driving my kids to school because I'm putting them in my car and I'm driving all the way to the end of the neighborhood. I might as well just keep going to Chandler at this point. It's not safe. I don't think it's safe, so I just keep driving. That's how upset I am about this. I should be able to trust my school bus. I should be able to trust that this stop is safe for my children, and I just don't. And I would ask the school committee to please review your policy, whatever that is, to consider or reconsider allowing for school buses to go into private neighborhoods. That is my ask. This is silly. This is very silly to me. Our bus stop has been working for over 30 years. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. All right. Thank you. So moving on is the consent agenda. Approval of meeting minutes 6:4 and 8:15, and the request to approve accounts payable warrant FY 25 to 49, 51, 52, 53, 54, and then FY 26, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Can I get a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
So,
Can I get a second?
do you want to pull something up?
Second, okay, go ahead.
I don't want to pull something off, but there was just a clerical, like, admin piece I noticed.
Yep.
So I don't know, I wouldn't want to pull it off to delay a whole other meeting, but I don't know if I can state what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just on the 8:15 notes, that was letter B. Oh, I didn't even catch the date. I didn't see that, but there's 2 bullets under section B, strategic planning. It's just a repeat, like double line, same exact comment. So I thought I noticed it, but.
So that'll be amended. Yeah, okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, new business. Student reps. What do you got for us?
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back. At Chandler, we are so glad to have welcomed our students back into the building. Students are learning how to navigate the different parts of their day and are having fun with their classmates. Our building is looking fantastic thanks to our amazing custodial staff. We are so grateful for their hard work. We have our first school-wide assembly on Friday, which will focus on our theme of the year, Team Green. Throughout the year, we will focus on the importance of teamwork and collaboration in all areas of our day. We are looking forward to a great year. At Alden, there's a positive buzz around the building from both our staff and students as we welcome everyone back. We look forward to the full implementation of our CKLA Language Arts program, building on our initial training last spring and the continued professional development at the start of this year. We also appreciate the support of our families in helping us make arrival and dismissal efficient and safe for everyone. Thank you to our custodial staff for their hard work over the summer in preparing our building for welcoming our students, staff, and families back. We are looking forward to an exciting school year ahead.
Hello, everyone. Is this on? I think so. Very happy to be back and see all of you. DMS has started the school year with our opening grade level assemblies. It has been great to have students back in the building. Our students are already settled into many of our routines and have jumped right into the curriculum of their classes as well. We want to make sure to thank all of our 8th grade bridge builders for welcoming our 6th grade and new students with a fun-filled orientation program last week, and thank you to our PTO for their support of this event as well. We have school picture day tomorrow, and our open house is Thursday, September 11th at 6 p.m. We hope to see all of our parents and guardians there. We would like to urge families to have a conversation with their student. They should choose to use an e-scooter or e-bike regarding safety around the town and on our campus. Arrival and departure from our campus is extremely busy time. We also appreciate everyone on campus driving extremely slowly and carefully so that everyone stays safe. At the high school, it was wonderful to see and hear our hallways and classrooms filled with the enthusiasm of our students again. Over the summer, we've had a lot new faces in the school, including the great addition of our new DMS/DSS school research officer, Officer Lippard. We welcome our freshmen into the school with a very fun and engaging Link Day on Monday the 25th. Big thank you to all the Link leaders, e-board members, and class advisors, Miss O'Brien Murphy, Miss Bonneau, Mr. Files, and Miss Holbrook, who came together to help our freshmen with a smooth transition into their new school. Congrats to the boys and girls varsity soccer teams on their tie games yesterday, as well as the JV girls soccer team on the 6-0 win. Good luck to all of our varsity and JV boys golf and field hockey teams on their away games. At the beginning of each school year, families are asked to review their students' data and information and complete a series of permissions for the upcoming school year. Please complete the required forms on Aspen by this Friday, September 5th. In our health department, the 10th graders will be screened for vision, hearing, height, and weight in the health office during PE. Please remind your students to bring their glasses to the screenings. Also, please remember to check and update your emergency information on the Aspen parent portal so we can treat your students during school hours if they become ill. All information has to be completed yearly. Please see the instructions for the back-to-school update in the school policy and info section in the newsletter. The high school open house is September 25th at 6 p.m. Good luck to all the high school students. We are very excited for a fun year ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, opening of school report. Dr. Quinn. So I'll just go over some highlights from the first few days of school. It's been a nice start. We started things off last Monday with our convocation and the first day for faculty and staff members. And then our faculty, staff, and instructional assistants on August 25th participated in building-based meetings. They learned about emergency response for their buildings with SROs. They had department meetings and professional development, including the kickoff to the CKLA training for our elementary teachers. The Chandler, Alden, and DMS buildings held visits for students and families the day before, in the evenings before school started, and we had successful bridge at DMS and link at DHS. Also during the summer, our counselors and assistant principals and principals provide building tours for any students who may have some transitional worries, and so the schools were visited this summer for any students who needed an individual tour. And Alden School held its open house the evening of August 26th, which is a newer tradition, which is a nice way for our families and our students to get the lay of the land, find their new classroom, see their new teacher the night before, which makes the first day of school a lot less nerve-wracking. August 27th, we had our first day for students in grades 1 to 12, and then we had our welcome visits for integrated preschool and kindergarten, and those students started their first day of school on August 28th. Numbers for this year, we had 260 students register over the summer with our registrar, Lori Lucano, who did an excellent job. We had 220 Chandler students. We had 15 Alden students, 13 DMS, and 12 DHS. Our incoming kindergarten class size is 191 this year, so it's right in that same range that we've been seeing, and we typically do get a couple of extra first graders that register each year. So we're looking at a pretty typical class size for that group. We have new staff members at each of our buildings. Chandler has 1 new kindergarten teacher. We hired 5 IAs, and we had 1 long-term sub. Alden School, we hired 2 new adjustment counselors, 1 IA, and we have 2 long-term subs. DMS, we hired 5 new teachers and 1 IA. DHS, 1 new teacher and 4 IAs. And at the district level, we hired Director of Special Education BJ McNamara, as well as a secondary SRO officer, Ricky Lepard, who is a proud Duxbury graduate. And so just to we've, over the past couple of years, have tried to really tighten up the bus registration process. And so this year was an extra effort to have families register as soon as possible. So we had 1,758 students register before the July 1st deadline. Then we had 165 students register after. We did have a number of students who did not register at all or were registering the first days of school, and I'm still hearing that there's some students that have been riding without having registered yet. So Mrs. Freely and people in central office, Missy Magner, have been working with families to make sure that their kids are signed up for the bus. So total registrations as of when we were working on this was 1,918. So we probably have a few more students since then. Summer accomplishments. So the school is busy over the summer. We had a successful ESY program for our extended school year. Students in the special education program who require the continued education over the summer. We had about 60 students attend. We had the on-time delivery and distribution of our new pre-K to 5 CKLA curriculum materials. And this is a new addition to this program, so we were a little nervous that there would be a delay, which would have been very nerve-wracking if the teachers didn't have their materials on the first day. So thank you, CKLA, for not delaying that delivery. As always, over the summer, we have technology system upgrades to network and infrastructure, making sure that everything is up and running. We began our Unit A contract negotiation with several sessions over the summer, and we completed 3 of the Alden School MSBA project deliverables. That's just a couple of things that were happening within the schools over the summer. We had a lot of work by our facilities department and Mrs. Freely and our grounds and custodial staff. So some of the highlights are listed here. I won't go through all of them, but each of the schools had repairs done and really worked hard to get as much accomplished over the summer with a few they were short a couple of custodians, and so it was a busy summer despite not having all of the people that we usually have. So Chandler had those listed items and some paint projects. Alden and Pack had a lot, so there were some upgrades to bathrooms for adult bathrooms on the first floor, new lighting in the cafeteria. You might have noticed some trees were removed from Alden School, and Katie St. Clair explained to me, in case you're hearing from anyone about why trees were removed, I know that's always a sensitive topic. We do not like to remove trees, and we don't take that lightly, and so Katie St. Clair, our facilities director, wanted to make sure that the community was aware that we have had some plumbing issues due to the trees and the roots out front, and that's the reason that you see so many bumps in the sidewalk out on the different pathways, which makes it really difficult for any of our visitors or our students who have visual impairments or physical disabilities that make navigating those bumps pretty hard. We had some difficulty with as I said, the pipes were having tree roots grow into them, and that was impacting the roof drains. And so with all of the issues we've had with roof and drainage issues, the drains were backing up, causing us to have emergency repairs throughout the year last year. So we had the trees removed with the assistance of DPW, which was a significant cost savings for the schools. So we're extremely appreciative that the DPW assisted us with this. And so there is some lasting damage, and Katie will likely have some other recommendations when she shares her capital improvement request with all of us. We had a DEF grant that was written that was really nice enhancement to the PAC. The audio in there can be difficult, especially when in different sections of the PAC and when we're seeing the students do their performances with the microphones. It can be difficult to hear. So through that DEF grant, we were able to install new speakers and a mixer. DMS and DHS, we had some landscaping and some signs, some roof repairs. We had some minor turf repairs to the AstroTurf. We're working really hard to make sure we're taking good care of that turf. A few years back, you'll remember that we had that turf replacement project, and so we just want the community to know that we are working hard off-season and in between sports to make sure we're taking really good care of that turf so it lasts as long as possible without us having to come back to the town to ask for another turf replacement. We also did some work on the softball field. I know that's been a priority over the past few years to make sure that the softball team has a safe and equally pleasant playing field that the baseball teams do. I'll let Dr. Wilcox talk a little bit about new teacher induction.
Our new teacher induction this year was a little smaller than typically. We had 8 teachers at the time attend. We continued to have a 3-day orientation. The first day started with onboarding with our technology, and we also did some safety training with the darkness to light. It's a nice way for our new staff to be introduced to some of our administrators as well. So our director of guidance, Lisa Dembowski, was part of the presentation on the first day, as well as our technology team was very helpful on the first day. I'd also like to thank members of the business department in our central office, Elizabeth Burns and Mr. Keaty, for their help because they all contributed to that first day of onboarding. For day 2, we have our new staff work with their mentors. So it's really particular to their building and what they will be teaching and some of our new systems that they'll need specific to the instruction. It's a nice way for the mentors to spend some time with their mentee. And so we start the day together, but then really they break off and they're working in their spaces for the remainder of the afternoon. Day 3 is primarily presentations, and that's another opportunity for our new staff to be introduced to some of the administrators in the district. So we had Caitlin Sheehan who was presenting, we had Teresa Skinner present, and then we conduct a safety training with our SROs with the new staff. And we have a really great group joining us. There's a mix of experiences, but really the enthusiasm, and I'm excited to see them in the classroom working with our students because they are definitely here for the right reasons.
Here's some pictures of all the happy faces at new teacher orientation. I'd also like to thank DBMS. They're extremely generous to the school department in terms of their partnership and willingness to work with us. And so they typically give our new staff members a ride around the bay, but of course the day of the new teacher induction, a hurricane had to be traveling through, which was making the water a little bit choppy in the area, so it wasn't a great idea for a boat ride. But DBMS is a great partner, and they just recently shared that there's a schooner that's coming to Duxbury at the end of the month, and they're going to be traveling from, I think they're from down somewhere in the Bahamas or in the Caribbean, but they're coming up the East Coast because I believe there is a gathering of schooners in Massachusetts somewhere. But on their way up, they're stopping in Duxbury, and DBMS generously offered us to be able to offer possibly a field trip for our kids, or there's an opportunity for some of our Duxbury students to even travel from New Bedford overnight to Duxbury, and so we're trying to figure out how we can make that happen. But DBMS is just always thinking of us in ways that they can support our programming and our teachers. So they also said that they would be glad to reschedule the boat ride another day. This year, we will be offering and sharing updates with the school committee the way we typically do. We have student assessments that take place throughout the year. At the elementary level, we do M-Class, which is a fully approved early literacy universal screener. We do the iReady program in grades 1 through 5. That says K through 5, but we don't do iReady in grade K, correct?
So we're not using the assessment iReady in kindergarten, but there are some kindergarten students who are able to access the platform of iReady.
Okay. MCAS in grade 3 to 5. The secondary level, you all know, we do iReady in grades 6 to 8. MCAS in grades 6 to 10. We have AP exams, which we can share the results from our spring AP exams with you at a later meeting. And we'll be doing benchmarking and data analysis for beginning, middle, and end of the year assessments. And so I think our next school committee meeting, Dr. Wilcox will be presenting an overview, possibly with curriculum supervisors about how the students performed over the year from beginning, middle, and end for the 24-25 school year. Professional development days, there's a schedule where we had the full day PD days on the first 2 days of school before students returned. And then Dr. Wilcox, do you want to talk a bit about the pathways?
Yes, so we are fortunate to have 2 full days of professional development with our staff and an early release day in February. Some of the feedback that we heard from our staff was for professional development that was applicable in the classroom. So we really took the time to look at what the needs were from some of the feedback as well as the programs that are being implemented. Another piece that's important for the professional development is that the learning is ongoing. So this year we are asking staff to choose a pathway or they will be participating in a pathway. And what that means is that for the 2 full days and the early release day in February, they'll focus on the same topic. So our elementary team will be focusing on the implementation of CKLA, and they'll participate in professional development in CKLA on the October day, the November day, and the early release day. We also have some professional development pathways in UDL. We have professional development pathways in AI. We're doing 2 in AI, 1 for beginners and 1 for teachers who have been using AI and would like a little bit more of an advanced study into AI. We also have a pathway in restorative practices, and we are also implementing a pathway in addition to CKL. We have the focus on UDL and deeper learning. We also have pathways for our music, our art, our PE teachers. So those teachers who are specialists will also participate in their own individual or department-based pathways. So that planning was done with the coordinators over the summer. So all of that is available to teachers, and they will choose that and know what they will be doing for the remainder of the year.
And just a reminder of what UDL is. It's Universal Design for Learning. So it's making accommodations and design changes so that the curriculum is more accessible for all students, not just those that require that. And so we've talked as a group a lot over the summer with workshops, so you're well aware that we have a very busy year ahead, but I think it's important for the community to note that we have a lot going on this year. We're in year 4 of a 4-year strategic plan, so we're winding down on those initiatives, and we have been in really good shape minus our budgetary constraints that we were facing last year with the failed override. And so this year our strategic initiatives, which we'll go over a little bit later when we talk about the district goals and potential topics for school improvement plans, but we're looking to reduce the rate of chronic absenteeism. We're looking to increase our student connectedness, increase real-world learning opportunities and curriculum connections, increase timely and actionable feedback to students, and we're always looking to reduce the achievement gap of our at-risk students and increase our overall student academic growth. We will be developing a new district strategic plan, which I will be sending out information to the community in our parent groups so that we can get some community representation from our parents at all levels, as well as community board members in town that may want to participate. We'll have school committee participation. We'll be looking for students to participate in that process. We will have a busy budget planning fall heading into the winter, and we will be doing a lot of communication about our needs and our school budget. We also have a Unit A contract negotiation that is underway. We've been working with the Unit A, which is our teachers union, throughout the summer, when we have meetings scheduled throughout the fall. And that's a little bit different. We don't usually start a new negotiation this early, but the DTA and we had discussions last year about getting an early start so that we didn't have a back-to-school delay. So it's going to be nice to be able to have our meetings continue right on into the beginning of the year. We have curriculum reviews in health and social studies this year, and those will be internal reviews. We don't have consultants coming in to do the process, so Dr. Wilcox will be leading those processes with the curriculum supervisors. We've already mentioned our CKLA implementation, and our teachers have already started teaching the new program. year 2 of DMS teaching illustrative math program. And we continue to work on deeper learning and continued work with professional learning networks with that deeper learning. We will have our continued work with our innovation pathway implementation and advanced manufacturing. We will be old pros at the new IEP implementation. And the SISP rubric, that is, what that means is the teacher evaluation process is consistent for all educators, and there's different rubrics that are used. For example, last week during our workshop, you saw the superintendent's work rubric, and our teachers have a rubric. And the SISP rubric is our specialized instructional support personnel. So rather than having them be evaluated on the teacher rubric, some of those indicators are not as relevant to them if they're a school nurse or a speech and language pathologist. So we will be piloting a more specialized rubric for the people on our staff that are considered specialized instructional support personnel. So Dr. Wilcox will be leading that charge as well.
And we also, I'm sorry to interrupt, we also have a pathway that I forgot about for IM math, teachers who are teaching IM math, so they'll continue to have a professional development opportunities during the full day and the half day PD day as well.
One thing I wanted to bring up before we wrap this up, and Laurel, you might want to weigh in on this. It was a great idea I think you shared over the weekend. We were talking about opening of school update and the impact that we have had on our loss of staffing that we've experienced and what that has kind of started to play out like. And so I don't know if this would be an appropriate time for me to hear if the committee does have a desire for me to do a follow-up on some of that at a future meeting. To talk about that impact?
Well, I was actually just going to ask about I'm sure there's more than what I'm thinking about, but I was looking at the update around the CKLA implementation and the technology upgrades and the technology training. So we've lost so we've had a reduction in force, and one of those is the curriculum supervisor for one of the 2 curriculum supervisors for elementary. Also lost our director of technology, and I was just wondering if you could just spend a couple of seconds talking about how
Sure.
that has impacted the CKLA training and the technology training.
I don't think so. You're correct. We have one curriculum supervisor that is now leading K through 5. I think that we haven't seen the impact of that yet. I think in terms of the rollout, Mrs. Milner worked really hard over the summer to get all the materials K through 5 handed out, organized, and getting all the teachers in order. I think that her presence in 2 buildings, it was difficult for her on the first professional development training, because I heard staff members say, I wish Sarah was in this meeting with us because she was at the other school. And so I think it's going to be an adjustment for the teachers to not have a resource immediately available to them. And so I think that we're just seeing the beginning of that impact. And Dr. Wilcox, I don't know if that sounds accurate from your standpoint as well.
I would agree. I think there is a level where we won't be able to, or the curriculum supervisors at each building were available to be in classrooms for immediate assistance. And so there is a level of patience that our teachers have been phenomenal with, and just having Mrs. Milner be at one building or another. And so we have been working to try to ensure that teachers have what they need for the rollout of school. And I would say that's across the board for all levels. There's a tremendous amount of work that happens over the summer by a lot of different staff members, the administrative assistants as well as administrators are working really hard over the summer to ensure that the supplies are ordered, that the materials are on time, that the trainings are planned out, and that the year is ready to roll when our staff come back, or our teachers come back, and our students come back. And so I would just thank our team that worked really hard over the summer, because we have had that materials that we've needed. I will say from a technology standpoint, we have tried to do some integrations to make some efficiencies happen and have had some challenges with that. And so that has been challenging in that we have had some days where there have been some frustrations because some of our programming has required attention. and some of it takes time, and so there have been frustrations with that. And so those are pieces that we're looking at, we're monitoring, and we're looking at different technology programs that we have in place to see what is needed now that we have new programs in place, meaning CKLA and the IM Math. Do we still need other programs that we had before? And so we're constantly looking at what we have and what we need and what we can eliminate. But at the same time, that takes oversight and management.
Right.
And so we're finding that there are different programs that may have been used in isolation, not for, there's nothing wrong with it, but it's just a teacher might have found something that they really liked. And I think coming out of different programs or different resources, and so we're really trying to ensure that we're, one, keeping student privacy and data at the forefront. So ensuring all of our programs have SDPA, student data privacy agreements, is extremely important to us. Google is making changes. Another piece is the rate at which technology changes and the rate at which these programs are changing, and the oversight of the change with AI is constant, and we are doing our best to manage that. But I would say that we are working very closely with our technology team and Mike Woodford, and the work is being spread out amongst a lot of our administrators at this time.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, Mr. Woodford works, he's shared with the town, so
Yeah.
that's not a.
Yeah. He's a town and school, and he's not an educational technology specialist. And so we don't have a replacement for Mrs. Lewis, who was just a worker bee. I used to always say that about her. She would do anything for anyone behind the scenes and made sure that things ran smoothly. And so I think at a later meeting, we'd be glad to give an update on just what some of the numbers of the fewer staff members we have. You can request what you would like to see
Yeah.
on that, but I didn't think the opening of school report, I didn't want it to be negative and seeming like we were complaining, because it has been a really nice opening and everyone's worked really hard to make it smooth, but we have certainly felt the loss of the positions that were eliminated last year as a result of the budget override not passing.
Yeah, I mean, I had sent a request, and I wasn't certain what the opening would include. And I know for me, and I think we've talked about this, just making a request, we want the whole committee to have input on what that might look like. But I think, in my mind, we talked a lot about the budget and the impact and the things that we were going to need to do. Now those things have happened, and I think there's probably a clearer picture of what that really feels like. And I think quite frankly, it's a really important baseline on which to begin the FY27 budget discussion. So what I was asking for was essentially kind of revisiting what we lost in positions, and also just the monetary component of that, the dollar value that was eliminated when the override failed. And then second to that is the redistribution of those tasks, because most of the responsibilities exist. And so having an understanding of what has been moved and shifted into the different positions that are still in the district, to just help people understand. I think part of the challenge, again, even as a school committee member, is making sure that, we talk about it a lot and we feel like we're in the know about what's going on. And as a parent, you might understand a component of it in a building. But I think the whole community needs to understand what the impact of the loss is. And parents need to understand that, because it might not be felt on a day-to-day because of some of the administrative positions, feeling like there's like some distance there. But I think there is an impact, and I think staff, direct service staff would probably be able to speak to that as well. So however you want to present it, but I think we all went away for the summer and everybody had a wonderful summer and we went to the beach and it was great, but now we're back here and we're starting the budget conversations again, and I think we would be remiss to not revisit that. So that was my request for next meeting, and next meeting's agenda is already quite full, but.
I also had a similar note, whereas I know this is positive and it has overall, but it seems very smooth, and all the work we've been doing in the summer and moving into this year. And I know the Herculean effort at the secondary level that goes into scheduling, and I think we were ahead of time, this
Yep.
way, that we got things, you know, at least on the board. But I think visualizing and articulating the impact to class size, you know, here was class size, I know that we have lots of slides on that, right? But like, what is it this year comparatively? And then maybe not specific courses, but like, what were some challenges that at the secondary level in particular happened in the month of August, right? As a result of the reduction in force that we had, what were classes that, you know, either were no longer available to a student or, you know, the class size went up? I think that's important for people to hear about that as we go into these, you know, budget discussions, because they are very real, in a lot of different ways. And I think communication-wise, you know, as far as I know, most concerns have been addressed and resolved. Like, we're never going to please everyone all the time. We have to realize that. But what could we do differently perhaps next year with respect to scheduling, to just, depending on how the budget goes this upcoming year, build a communication plan around it? Or I'd be interested to hear what your guys' thoughts are, and kind of like look back. Like, okay, what went well? What would we perhaps think about doing differently?
Okay.
So it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, so September 17th is pretty busy, but on October 8th, we're doing capital and the, you know, initial operating budget update. So maybe we could have an FY26 impact.
I think that would give us a little more time
discussion.
to
Yeah.
also see
Put
the
it
impact,
together.
because I think that I don't want to miss on the teacher input on that. And so we've felt the administrative operational planning impact, and our teachers have just been back for a week at this point, and so I'm sure they would have some feedback about what the staffing reductions at the teacher level as well as the administrator level and the support level have impacted their ability to start the school year. So
That's probably better. Give
Okay.
it some time.
October 8th. Okay.
Intro to FY27.
I wrote impact FY26.
yeah.
Yeah, it's all the same.
Same
It rolls
days.
over. Mm-hmm. Okay. FY25 end of year financial report. Ms. Lisa.
I was just going to do that.
Kind of
The light switch is right there.
Math on it.
Thank you.
Popcorn?
Little snack. Snacks at these meetings.
Remember Ginny? Oh, you weren't here. 100 years ago, we'd have waters, and Ginny would bake cookies for everyone and come in with a big tray of cookies.
We need to go back to that.
Mm-hmm.
I could buy cookies.
Okay, Lisa.
Ready? Okay, so in your packet was the narrative and supporting documentation regarding the FY27 year-end budget. Our budget for the year was $43,250,348, to be exact. We spent 99.91% of the budget, which left a surplus that will be turned back to the town of $38,406. And that includes actual expended and encumbered. So we had year-end invoices that hadn't come to fruition. We carried forward those POs so that we can spend those dollars over the summer and the fall, and then close out those POs. Over the year, we created a number of new account codes, which included specific DESI function codes for instructional software, separation costs, and expenses tied to specific schools. And the reason for that is really for more accurate reporting and better transparency on those types of expenditures. We'll continue to do that as, you know, each year as we go along. With regards to salaries, we expended or committed 97.7% of the budget, which was just over $35 million. This was slightly less than expected, and primarily and typically it's due to unfilled positions throughout the year and staff leaves requiring long-term substitutes, which oftentimes are less costly. In addition,
Oh, I was going to say.
sorry, yeah.
Sorry
In
about
addition,
that.
the variance, the funds that were remaining in the salary lines contributed to a surplus, which then was used to essentially offset other account codes where we have overexpended specific lines, which you'll see in the next section in goods and services. We actually expended just over $7.2 million of goods and services, and that does include the $250,000 that we offset to the Special Education Reserve Fund that was voted and approved by both this board and the select board for out-of-district transportation costs. Our carry-forward purchase orders was $776,000, and combined, we had expended and encumbered just over $8 million for the year of goods and services. With that said, there's no additional risk for the FY25 budget. Once those invoices are received and paid, then that's it. The POs close out and the year continues to close. I did want to highlight that you would notice on the cost center report that the other student services cost center was overdrawn, and that was, I wanted to call out that specifically because while a large part of that was for out-of-district transportation, there were higher than expected athletic costs and lower than expected athletic revenue that came in that also contributed to that overage.
Do you mean other school services?
The 3,000, it may be, yeah, sorry.
No worries, I just was,
Yeah, sorry.
no worries. And the account codes are same as function codes, yeah?
Account, yes, sort of. The function code is the DESI coding, so I call that the chart of accounts because all the school districts in Massachusetts use the same function codes. We all do the end-of-year report. Those, and we record based on those codes. They roll up to the state level, and then the state does their part on. We use that code in our segments, in one of the segments of our actual account codes within our finance system. But those codes also include other things that tell us expenses from the operating budget or a grant that's state or federal. It tells us if that is a Chandler expense or an Alden expense, a gen ed expense, a district-wide expense, or a special education expense. So it's a component of it, but, so yes, long story short. Okay. So while there were variances between cost centers, our requirement is to remain within the bottom line appropriation that we receive at town meeting. Hence the $38,000 that was left over within the administration cost center, which includes your district-wide services as well as technology. We had $102,000 remaining in that cost center. In curriculum and instruction, cumulatively, that was over $755,000. But then, as I mentioned, over other school services or other student services, other school services was overdrawn. The other line that was also overdrawn was tuition programs, and that is accounting for our out-of-district tuitions, which does include some invoices that were processed for prepayment for FY26 expenses for some students, for collaborative tuition specifically. And then next. So we also are fortunate to receive additional funding through grants, donations, and revolving accounts. In our grant funding, we manage funds across state, federal, and local grants. And we received over $1 million in new federal and state and local grants last year. And then we received $1.1 million in circuit breaker reimbursement for special education costs. So the money that was received in FY25 is it's budgeted and expended in FY26. In our grant accounts, those funds can be expended typically over 24 to 27 months, with the unexpended balance carrying forward from year to year until the grant award is closed. On the donations and revolving, we received just about $35,000 in donations from PTOs, private individuals, and organizations. It does not include in-kind donations that we receive throughout the year. Those are hard sometimes to put a value on. All told, cumulatively, we've received about $5.6 million in user fees to support our fee-based programs, which that does include food services and the reimbursements we receive from the state and the federal government for the food service programs. Some programs are self-sustaining, and while others are partially supported. So our food service program is a self-sustaining program. Athletics, transportation, kindergarten, and preschool are other programs where we receive user fees, and the operating budget is partially supporting those programs. Our revenue offsets, we estimated just under $4 million, $3.973 million of offsets that would reduce the impact on the operating budget. And again, those are from the grant and revolving accounts. And we actually were able to realize over $4 million, just over, very slightly over $4 million, not including school nutrition. Our major offsets are circuit breaker, preschool, kindergarten tuition, transportation, athletics, and our 2 federal grants, that IDEA for special education and the ESSA, which are our title grants. For capital funds, just really high level, during FY25, we did a number of capital projects and purchases, which Dr. Klingeman mentioned a few of them during the opening of school report, but I just wanted to highlight, again, elementary English curriculum, the 2 bathrooms, the 2 adult bathrooms on the first floor that were upgraded this summer. Last summer we did, with FY25 funds, we did the two communal bathrooms in Alden in the old section for our students. So we're just trying to chip away at those as we go along. Significant roof and HVAC work, and continuing with our technology infrastructure improvements and purchases, which include switches, doors, security cameras, Chromebooks for our students. This was just a little highlight from the chart that you received, our circuit breaker beginning and ending balance, which just shows the dollars that we started FY25 with, was our FY24 circuit breaker of $1.052 million. We expended that in full. Our ending balance is $1.122 million, and that is our receipts in FY25 that will be expended in 26. In transportation, we started the year with $218,000. We ended the year with $113,000. That is an interesting one. It's largely due to the timing of when receipts come in for bus. So half the year is about $100,000, $115,000. The other half of the year is the same, and it's because we start collecting fees in May, and then we stop collecting them, whenever we're done registering students for the bus.
Bless you.
Building use, and then the Chromebook protection plan. These were just a few that I highlighted. So in closing, we ended with a balance of $38,406, which is less than 0.1% of our total operating budget. These funds will be returned to the town. Once the town closes their books in the next couple of months, they will submit the balance sheet to the Division of Local Services, or DLS, and the Director of Accounts, where then they certify free cash for unused, unrestricted operating funds. We will, as we have in prior years, recommend that the town consider the turnback funds for school capital priorities. And again, all obligations have been met. Encumbrances will continue to be cleared out over the summer and fall. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we allowed to ask quick questions? Okay, so I'm curious about the instructional software line item, the account code 2455, or the function code. There's a negative $157,947. What was that related to?
So that would have been related to some software purchases at year end that are school-specific. And so in prior years, those had come out of a district level account. And we've been trying to push everything to the schools. And the budget dollars didn't go with it at the end of the year. We'll see that type of stuff smooth out over this year. As we've started the year, I've taken some of the operating, for lack of a better description, instructional materials line at the different schools. That's where they previously spent software expenses out of. So now I'm just taking the associated dollars and moving it over. And then things that were at the district level, those dollars are coming out of the district account and going into the school level accounts.
Okay.
So you'll see that smooth out.
And that'll take the better part of a year.
I think so, yeah, because when we started that last year, it was in the middle of basically budget season.
Right.
So it would have been like in the fall, late fall, that,
Yeah.
that I started rolling that part out.
Okay.
And it gives you a good insight kind of what's happening. And then we started the year, we've been doing a lot with technology, and really, you know, what do we have, what are we doing, where are we using it? And then trying to make sure everything is going to the right place so we can track it, we know what we have, and then moving those dollars to go with it.
Okay.
So those types of expenses are cost centered, are within the same cost center as well.
Okay.
I'll just
oh.
add to that real
Yeah.
quick, because I think if you continue to kind of note, like you did tonight for us, what the changes are, just so that we can all be comfortable with, I know where we're going, you know, but some of these are going to look funny because they don't necessarily line up with
Yeah.
how we're now reporting out. So just continuing to remind us.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Would be
So
helpful.
as I do the quarterly reports,
Mhm.
calling out the specific
Yeah.
things. Yep.
Yep, thank you.
The other quick question was, so you mentioned that there were fewer or less revenue brought in from athletics fees. Is that like an anomaly, do you think, or has that been happening over time, and what do you think that means for how fees should be?
So I looked at the last
Yeah.
5 years, and so when you kind of make your assumptions and you build your budget, you're doing it based on historical and sort of what you know at the time. And in the last 5 years, it has gone down a little, but not to where it was. So it could be we had less kids playing. It could be our costs have gone up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fact, fact.
Just
that
across the
happens.
board, yep.
And so, I think it's a combination of things. Could be that we also receive cost share for when we go to the playoffs and we end up with certain level of playoffs. There's some cost share of some events. There's some receipts that we would, like this year, we won't be collecting fees for students to attend home games. That has an impact on us. I don't know what that impact will look like for us.
That started last year. The kids got a
Yeah.
free year.
So it's probably
part
like
of it.
that. They're rolling it out to some staff members. So there's little bits and pieces of things that I don't have like a tangible thumb on at the moment.
Okay.
But there's definitely, it's something that I'm keeping an eye on. I'm working very closely with Mr. Maidman on his budget in general, between the operating and the revolving account. So we're working closely together on that.
Okay. I also really liked your presentation tonight. Like, I liked having the details here
Thank you.
and then the distillation, so thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Lisa, I just have one.
You always look again at the big negative numbers,
Yeah.
which I think you again distilled them down here. I'm just curious, the transportation services within the other school services, which I think
Yep.
you were speaking
The
about.
3,300.
The 242,689, is that
From SPED, I thought.
right? But we allocated 250,000 from the sped reserve to cover. So is that essentially what that?
Sorry, what page? What-
I'm
just
looking
looking
at
at
the
the
year
And I'm
cost center
probably-
function code.
Okay.
3,300.
I guess what I'm really asking is where do you see that sort of sped reserve kind of come in and offset? Or
So
is it?
you don't, not necessarily in this, because the sped reserve is, and I thought to put it on, and then I didn't. And
That's fine.
There's no, anyway.
What I'm really asking is that the overage that we had in line 3,300
Yeah.
for transportation services was almost 250. So is that essentially covering that?
No, it's still, that's over and above, that's still an additional 250 over and above what we had budgeted. Because that expense has come out.
So what covers that?
I'm not sure I'm following the right question. I'm
So
so
the
sorry.
the sped reserve
The
fund.
sped reserve
That was
fund.
accessed last year.
Yep,
Did that go
that
towards the
moved.
overage?
It did, it did.
What
So-
I'm really looking at is when you look at the cost centers that we have, Appendix B.
Yep.
You know, Jen asked about the kind of one, anywhere where there's parentheticals, we're in
Yes.
the red.
Yes.
Right? So I'm just trying to understand, I mean, we had to pay those expenses, right?
Yes,
So I'm
yes, of
assuming it
course.
was just reallocation of monies within cost centers, which is fine. That one jumped out at me because that's
Yeah.
about the 250 that we pulled out of sped reserve, and what you're saying is, no, that 242 is over and above 3,300 transportation services within the 3,000.
The 2232?
No.
No.
Oh, I'm
Oh, yeah.
sorry. I really can't see. I apologize. So the 242, yes, that
Yes.
is inclusive of that is after the offset of the $250,000.
So we were still 242,689
Yes.
above and beyond, and that is
Yes.
what we know to be true about the
Yes.
contracted rates for transportation services for students. We're not talking about our bus,
No,
for student
that,
bus contract.
no,
This is-
that is definitely, that,
Okay.
they're both in that line because they both have the same function code, but that overage is truly out-of-district transportation. That, I don't expect that this year, because when we budgeted, again, we do our budget so early, right? I was anticipating that as we were building the budget for FY '26.
26, okay.
So we budgeted just under $1 million for out-of-district transportation, based on the information that
Based
we
on
had
what we
available,
underst-
based on history and what had been happening over the last couple of years.
Right.
And what obviously has come to fruition from the last couple of years. So, yeah,
It's just a bad year.
it's just.
It was a bad year for everyone, and it was
Yeah.
the topic of conversation. You probably remember when we
Yeah,
had
no,
that
that's
regional
fine.
meeting.
I guess that's why I'm
Yeah.
asking, yeah.
Yeah.
I
And, you
just
know,
want to make
we've
sure
been-
it's a blip as opposed to.
Yeah. There's new vendors coming out. Some are trying to be more competitive.
Yeah.
You know, when Teresa was here, Teresa had been working on trying to double up and
Yeah.
partner up with some other districts.
Carpool with
Yeah.
Yeah,
out of
we're
district.
doing that on our vocational transportation right now with Situate. We both have students going down to Bristol Aggie, and so we partnered up and said, okay, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, we're doing what we can. And then the long-term subs piece is the same thing, I'm assuming, is it's just reallocated to.
That is a
schools. Okay.
straight reallocation. We budget a small amount of, small dollars in that, and then, when you have staff that are in unpaid status, those dollars would cover that.
Into
But-
those.
Yeah, but when we record it, we have to record the expense in the long-term sub line for any staff that's, for any long-term sub that is working in the district in a single assignment for 30 days or more.
Got it.
So if they came in and they worked a week, they'd be a short-term sub, and then when they come back in a couple of months and they do a long-term assignment, that long-term assignment is categorized in there.
Okay, and then the tuition costs are what they are.
They are what they are, yep.
Okay. So next up is our school committee goals.
And Jen was so kind as to organize them and send them to our packet. So I'm going to put them up.
Do you want me to just kind of walk through?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. So if we could actually scroll down to, operational effectiveness goals. Well, one, just to level set. So when we had our workshop, we had decided that we were going to structure our goals with the 4 kind of core areas of responsibility: budgetary oversight, policies, district goals, and superintendent evaluation. And then we talked about having something around operational effectiveness. So everyone agrees that those are like the buckets that make sense? Okay, cool. So and this is obviously a joint effort, right? So there's no pride of authorship here. We can simplify, change, whatever. But the first proposed goal was on sort of governance, efficiency, and decision-making, and particularly around agenda and preparedness. So I put out a draft goal around sort of looking at our agenda structure and our committee operating norms around sort of meeting preparedness, materials availability, and meeting efficiency, to include clearly stated objectives for each agenda item, estimated discussion times where possible, and clearer showing of how a topic aligns with strategic goals. It's likely the metric of having all of these agenda items, or all of these things done by January is probably ambitious, but wanted to throw that out there as a potential effort. I think, just to add context, I don't think that we've voted on the meeting minutes from the June 18th session. Am I right? Am I right in that workshop?
Yeah, we did that in the workshop.
Oh, okay. So we did vote those in. Okay. So in those minutes, there's some notes around sort of a general consensus on us wanting to have kind of tighter meetings, more clear on like what we're meaning to achieve, having like kind of less presentations, more discussion, et cetera. So some of these proposed items reflected that. Thoughts? Counter proposals?
So are you saying you want in the agenda what we list, how it's tied to the strategic plan?
I mean, not in great detail, but sometimes, like there's been examples where, stuff has gone on the agenda and it's kind of unclear where it comes from, how it relates, and so I think a better tying of like what we talk about as to like how it relates to, in addition to the kind of core topics that we've identified here, when things pop up, it's helpful to know how it relates to our overall goals. The reason for that is we have limited time together, and so we have to make hard decisions on what we discuss and don't discuss. And so sort of being disciplined about everything we discuss is like tied to business that we all deem as important.
So I would say, for example, the agenda item we just talked about for October 8th, I guess, to me, that would be relevant, well, to a lot of these strategic plans, but the budget, right? Because we're doing kind of a like, okay, what are the impacts that the staff reductions, the class size, I'm believing probably increase, we're going to find out, I don't know. So when we would request it to go on to an agenda, we would just say, and this relates to strategic objective, and I know we're going through like strategic plans, the budget.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah, I mean,
I think that makes
yeah, and we don't
sense.
even
It shouldn't
have to be like
overthinking it.
overthinking it. Doesn't have to be that pedantic to be like page 6, but more just like everyone's clear as to why we're discussing something, and if nobody, or what the intended outcome of the discussion is, because there's been some times where it's like, are we voting? Is this just to air grievances? Like, I think just being clear about how we're spending our time and what we're trying to achieve, that would be better. And so that could look like maybe more detailed agendas, estimated discussion times, et cetera. But if this is unclear, I'm happy to like make it very clear. That's the intention behind it.
I mean, you capture the essence of something I think that I have continued to struggle with, and we continue to talk about, I think, in the meeting that you're referencing, which is that, something that stuck with me when we talked about our own our goals, setting our goals, and then the superintendent setting her goals, and having, you guys remember that Venn diagram where they're together, and then there's the centerpiece, right, governance versus operations, and that kind of the missive from MASC, which makes sense, is that your agenda should clearly kind of illustrate for the public what you've committed to, achieve. It should be representative of your goals and the superintendent's goals, and each meeting and the content of those meetings should reflect those things. They should everything that you speak about, discuss, get a presentation on, should be directly related to the goals you set out to achieve for the year, or, 2 years, or whatever parameter we set. And I think that is how I am reading this, which is that our agenda for the, for the sake of the public should illustrate and define not only what what's within our purview, clearly, but specifically what we have committed to work on, and that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be things that come up that we need to address, obviously, policy related or whatever, but the general kind of plan for our agendas, it should be obvious what the alignment is with our own goals as a committee and with Dr. Klingman and Dr. Wilcox's goals. So I think that's what you're trying to capture here, and
yeah, and there were other things that were in the kind of ops protocols discussion around that we all kind of agreed that we needed to get better at, right? So I don't remember exactly what those are because they're in the meeting minutes. But I know that there was discussion on feeling like we never have time to actually discuss and deliberate, and rather just like read out kind of rote presentations, and so like, are there norms that we want to say that we want to enforce around like everybody's got to submit their stuff early and everybody tries to be as prepared as possible, acknowledging we all have jobs and children and lives and stuff, but and if people aren't prepared, then we maybe table something rather than spend 15 hours here. So things like that is sort of what I was looking for and trying to represent.
No, I think that's good. As far as getting items to everybody ahead of time, technically, we post the agenda on Friday, so we see the packet, the whole school board sees the packet same time as the public, which means if you have something you want everyone to see, it goes in by Friday morning at 8 a.m. So we're working, we have until Wednesday to read it all.
I think this week was an example
This
of
week
when
was-
we had a long weekend, and so we usually try to get the meeting posted on the Friday before a long weekend before noon because of when town hall closes. But at that time, the packet wasn't, the materials weren't all together, and so the packet ended up being assembled over the weekend, and then it would have been too late to post the packet for all of you on Tuesday morning when we came back to work. So we're going to be looking at backing up when things are due.
Yeah.
So that on a long weekend, if this comes up again on Columbus Day, I'm not sure when our meeting is that month, but just making sure. Sometimes the agenda might be posted ahead of the packet, so it's not always exactly at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to be like the cops about, and like, but it's more just like, can we endeavor to get, what are the things we could do to improve on this?
And I think having a set long-term agenda, as I think it's improved significantly over the last couple of years anyway, just being crystal clear when those presentations are going to happen, because staff have to have time to prepare them, and we need to make sure that when we've said we'd like to receive them makes sense with when you have the data or whatever it is. But that has, that's with the chair and kind of reassigning things if we need to. But having enough advance notice so it's not like, hey, we'd like to see a presentation about, whatever, 2 weeks before, because that's not fair, obviously, to anybody. So I think we probably need to adjust. The ops protocols, I mean, again, we have the old document. I'm not sure we did any revisions of that, right? We just talked about it.
Yeah, so maybe KPI 2 is just like we revisit our ops protocols and update as necessary, and we just hold each other accountable to that. Matt, you're quiet. You have any inputs?
No, I don't think it hurts us to exercise some of the things that you've got here. I think that the reality is that things do come up on a regular basis that we have to act on, and we should act on, and I would hate to just sort of make more work and time to sort of figure out how it fits into like a strategic plan. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that would be my only feedback. So I don't disagree with anything that's been said. I'm looking at the school committee agenda calendar, and I actually like the approach that we use. It could probably always be improved, but the agenda calendar, I think, is just a high altitude view of what we're going to be accomplishing over the year, and that's a good mix of things that are compulsory that we have to do, and that also fit in line with what your strategic plan, what our strategic plan is. So, yeah, I don't feel really strongly about it. I think that it's helpful to improve on our operating norms around the agendas. But like I said, I don't want to take a lot of time to sort of like justify why. Like, for example, we had a bunch of public comment about the bus. That's probably should be
Totally.
considered. You know what I mean? Is it part of Dr. Klingham's strategic plan or part of our goals? No. But we have to do it.
Exactly. Well,
So
things like that.
That's kind of what my.
Or like bus safety, or like bullying on the bus, or like
Yeah.
bus costs, or like,
Yeah.
maybe there's a bucket of like transportation themes, or, you know what I mean? So like, but just a better and intentional articulation of like why we're talking about something, and making, I think,
Yeah.
we don't need to be super,
Yeah.
you
I
know.
mean, this is, I think, a combination of, sort of strategic direction and making sausage. And that's always going to probably be like that.
And I would argue, just because I think both bus and bullying as examples would fit right in policy as a goal.
Mhm.
We have that as a third goal
Yeah.
here, because it's like, ooh, we've got to prioritize those. To your point, like that, issues are going to come up.
Mhm.
And I think as long as like our North Star or whatever kind of goes back to what's in our purview, it will be found somehow in one of these goals.
Mhm.
Okay. So I think for both of these two things, I can tweak the like percentage of metric. The question comes up of ownership, right? Like who wants to own this? Like, for example, if we have KPI 2, which is just like literally revisiting our ops protocol document and updating it and voting on it, or whatever that is, who owns would be the policy subcommittee, right? On the agenda thing, I mean, I don't necessarily think, I'm happy to like roughly track if we go off the rails on this, but if it's, since.
Well, I'm sorry, just to back up, are we
Yeah.
assigning are we assuming that the strengthening or tightening up of the operating protocols and the operating norms would be part of the policy subcommittee's work?
I assumed that, but if it's not, then
I
we
mean,
should.
it's probably open for discussion. I mean, policy subcommittee is typically in charge of policy.
Mhm.
I'm happy to consider having the policy subcommittee manage take that on as an assignment, but I just wanted to make sure that we all had a chance to talk about that.
Does that mean we're changing the agenda policy, the policy on the agenda? So we're adding
No, I think,
strategic plan?
unless I'm wrong, I think what
I'm confused.
there's kind of an assumption being made that like if part of our charter is going to be to, tighten up and ensure, tighten up our operating protocols and our operating norms, who does that? And I think what Jen's saying is the assumption is that the policy subcommittee should do that. I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure that we're kind of like talking about that, because that's going to lead into one of the goals around policy. And I think I know the reality is that we don't have world enough in time to meet as a policy subcommittee all the time. I mean, I think it's ambitious to do the once a month that we have as a standing meeting anyway. That there's always a ton of stuff to talk about. We've talked about this a bunch. It's like they're very long meetings because they get very into the weeds. So I don't want to bite off more than I can chew as a policy subcommittee member.
Okay. So what about this? Since nobody seems super enthused about intentionally focusing on efficiency or operational improvements, given everything else going on. I mean, we can just strike this and just try to do better, and then we can move on to these other goals. And then if we decide halfway through the year, hey, you know what, we actually do have some time and we do want to work on it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. And I do like that we had a really good discussion around what should be in the agenda and how it should be tied to our role. So it's not just random presentations or, I think we're trying to be a little more focused. So our
Yeah.
meetings are all business and
I think that the operating norms are improving over time. I think what's missing is that they're not sort of memorialized somewhere in a central location. But just having the workshops that we've done, with more frequency, I think that has solved a lot of problems that I would categorize under operating norms. So, yeah, I think we just have to sort of consider how to figure out centralizing them, putting them in some documents, and making sure that they're tight.
How do you think that will happen?
I just don't know who does it,
right,
because
well-
it's tough.
Well, I mean, the protocols and norms you're supposed to revisit each year, right? So we
Mhm.
have the old ones, which is what we looked at. I think people did have some ideas about how, I mean, again, this was a crack at drafting these the first time. We didn't have them prior to that, not that we didn't have protocols. We didn't have them on paper. So they're here. I mean, it's as simple as everybody reviewing them and coming with feedback if we want to update something or change what's in there now. Rather, I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
And I think what we get to later, Jen, what you're speaking about on some level, is kind of the onboarding document and this other piece, which that will become a component of those.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think,
Goals and
maybe we should keep going, but I think
Yeah.
that I have a feeling that once we sort of go over everything, maybe one of us will volunteer. Maybe it'll be me, but when one of us will volunteer to sort of like take a look at all of the non-policy items that would fit under operating norms
Mhm.
and figure out a way to just like put them in a draft document, and we can add it to an agenda. We can all look at it and, make our revisions and finalize it.
Okay. So how do we know we'll follow up on that?
Follow up on,
What you just mentioned about potentially doing that.
well, I think we could, perhaps even in this meeting, we could go through everything, because as Laurel said, we're going to be talking about onboarding documents and other stuff that could fit under those operating norms. And so maybe just at the end of this discussion, someone can make a motion to assign one person to pull it all together and present it in an upcoming meeting in October or something.
Okay. All right. So then we will strike operational effectiveness goals for now, or sorry, the first goal in terms of improving government efficiency or governance efficiency. Okay, so data-driven oversight. This has been something that has been discussed a lot. And so some proposed goals would be around having a standardized template. This actually, I thought, came up in the strategic planning workshop presentation, whatever that TLA does. They didn't show us any examples, but this could potentially be something that comes out of the strategic plan is once we've decided, very clearly what our high-level objectives are, the goals, et cetera, and then we just do, use that template consistently in meetings. Obviously, I put down, the presentations follow this template by January, but the strategic plan discussion is not going to be done by then. So maybe by end of year, we've aligned on what we want to get reported on regularly. I mean, it's a pretty low bar, so I feel like we should be able to do that.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know that we should scratch the first goal. I think the second piece around ops and norms maybe can become a component of something else, but I don't think it's unreasonable to hang on to the goal and the KPI and even your proposed metric. I mean, I think that, again, our goals become part of our self-evaluation. So how do we determine if we did that? I mean, I think it would be really helpful at the end of the year to go back and look at our agendas and say, how many times did we have to pull something in? I mean, that's not only going to inform future planning to say, okay, we need to leave a bucket on every agenda open because we know there's going to be something, or not. So to leave that, as you've stated, I don't think that's a heavy lift. It doesn't require any kind of ownership other than the full committee sort of, if we all, what I gathered from the discussion is we feel like we're doing a pretty good job at this anyway. So as long as we have the metric and we revisit that mid-year, how are we doing? End of year? Do our agendas feel like they're aligned? How many times are we having to pull on something at the last minute or whatever? Then I think we can keep that without having to be kind of outside of reasonable. I think it's something we've talked about a lot, and I think to have a goal keeps, to your point, our eyes on the prize just in an ongoing way. It doesn't have to be a huge thing. So that's my feeling on that, rather than striking it.
Okay.
So just to leave that on the table.
Okay.
I would say the committee has to own that on some level.
I'm concerned that if we don't have owners, it's not going to get done based on what I've seen so far. Not to be like totally blunt.
Yeah, well, I mean, the chair has to take ownership of that in the agenda planning, in my mind.
Yeah,
right?
but I think, I thought we were gonna do.
Just commit to do that.
I agree, we don't wanna take this off. I thought we were gonna talk kind of like high level about each of these, and then perhaps at the end of that, determine, okay, the next step, right, is Kathy Marshall's gonna take what we've talked about, put a draft together, send it, get it, you know, with Kelly, with the chair on, you know, when we can put it in an agenda and a packet. We would all do homework, review it, come to a meeting and have time to discuss.
Yeah.
And it may be like one goal per agenda kind of thing, because
So I actually thought this meeting was to read this and agree and vote.
On
Be-
what our
because
goals are
it
gonna be.
says-
Seem like we're gonna get there.
So,
I thought that too.
Yeah.
That's what I
thought
thought.
that.
Too, only because the hope, I mean, or at least have the vote, if we're
Right,
gonna,
one
we're
goal is
only
actually before
looking
the
at
school year.
Right,
Yeah.
that was the goal.
Yeah.
We didn't get there. I think, you know, Danielle's goals are a draft right now, so if we can commit to the next meeting to having a more firm, complete thing, if there's anything that comes out of this, that these would need to be tweaked and adjusted, then we actually vote on them at the next meeting.
okay.
We can vote
That might
night.
be good. Maybe for now, maybe what we're going through now is, so if you think about it, in our workshop, we went on sticky notes and threw a bunch of stuff up on the wall. I think the charter after that was to assign you, which you did, to sort of collate and synthesize and put all of this in something that
Yeah.
we can all look and take a high altitude view. Maybe tonight, we're taking this high altitude, maybe just take us through everything.
Okay, great.
And then we can sort of tweak as needed, maybe not. And then, like Laurel said, we can prepare ourselves to figure out what our priorities are and what we're going to put on ink and hold ourselves to, and how we'll do it in the next meeting, to be voted at the next meeting.
Okay. All right.
That would
so-
help me anyway.
Great. So, okay. So then strengthen data-driven oversight. So first is one, we have standard reporting templates with KPIs, right? This should hopefully help with the sort of longitudinal analysis. It should help with consistency. It should help with not asking the same questions all the time. And hopefully, as part of the strategic planning discussions, we can, as part of that collective group, everyone will identify what's most important. The second goal is having an annual impact report. This is actually already in our policies that I don't think we're doing. It's under policy CM. So it's, or I guess it's district annual report, whatever we want to call it. So this is basically do what we've already said we're supposed to do and present it on June 10th meeting. I had a reach goal in here under quarterly KPI reviews. That's probably unnecessary because it probably already, well, it should happen as part of, overall things. So we can strike that. It's in gray for a reason. 3, increasing public engagement and trust. So there's been a lot of discussion on whether or not we communicate effectively, if people understand things, et cetera, and there's been different opinions on that. And so one of the ideas here was to hold listening sessions, being mindful of the fact that nobody wants to violate open meeting law, and being mindful of the fact we're going to do this already as part of strategic planning. Basically, we could just loop this in and say, maybe some of us have happy hour, or not happy hours,
We could do
office
that.
hours.
I don't see a problem with it.
Or if we want to really be minimal, we just say that as part of whatever our plan is for strategic, having 6 sessions or whatever TLA thing is. Right. So that's that. Okay. I nix the community briefs because nobody wants to do more work, but I've seen other school committees do really great overviews. There's also that AI generated news thing, but I think we're not ready to do that. So 4th, supporting and enhancing committee member professional development. So 1 is we still don't have an onboarding and orientation program, and so here is that we take the document that exists, update it, and vote on it. 2nd is governance training. So as by law, we're supposed to do this certain things once a year, making sure we're doing that. I don't know if we are. And then 3, doing an annual self-evaluation, which means actually writing goals and then following up on them. So that would be something. And then budget goals. So then we discussed 1, developing a sustainable budget, which is obviously what we're here to do. We wanted to have budget-focused community outreach and stakeholder engagement sessions. So that's the meetings with all of the community groups and whatnot. You can look at the details there. The other one is the KPI around having us present at town government meetings. So I put together this big calendar. Thank you, Kathy. I think you were the only one that filled it out. But people can sign up to what they can attend for. I think because everyone agreed that they wanted more presence and to discuss. But to do that, people need to look at the calendar and sign up and/or just show up. But that's a thing. Lastly, there's been a lot of consternation around people not understanding the budget or wanting increased transparency. So here, we also had discussed at the last meeting, or workshop rather, that we create a one-pager of publicly available guidance on how the DPS budget is developed and voted on, grounded in law, and how different stakeholders can participate or advocate or whatever. I don't know if we still want to do that, but that's something that I think came up a bunch. The last goal was on MSBA. That's on Danielle's goals. I don't know if we need to just say participate in it, you know, whatever the bare minimum is. Lastly, policy. I have no idea what you guys want to do on that. So something on policy. Look forward to your thoughts. District strategic
Well,
planning.
I know, Matt, it's not review every single policy in 1 year.
Right,
I've learned
exactly.
that.
So district
We
strategic
could.
planning, basically like working with everyone to do this. I think there were some thoughts here on like communicating must-haves, participating, but there wasn't a lot of clarity or ideas on like what that looks like to communicate must-haves. I never see prioritization. Nope, it's down. It's under, keep going. District strategic planning. So do we want to have priorities? Do we just not have priorities? I'm not sure. Lastly, superintendent evaluation. So one is the KPI to agree on a process to evaluate the superintendent, which we did vote on in the July workshop already, and we already have the dates on the school committee calendar. KPI 2 was potentially having a subcommittee for superintendent evaluation. KPI 3, which, surprise, congrats, we've already done it. We all attend the mass session on superintendent evaluation best practices. And then the last one is actually evaluate the superintendent based on the process that we agree on and discuss the dates that we agree on. So it's really like the minutia of how we're supposed to do our jobs. So anyway, thoughts?
Thank you for doing it. It's great. I like, it just pulls everything together, so it's nice to see the area.
You can, this is just, I didn't mean to add this, so this is all, you can get rid of it. It's just my own thoughts, because I was reading how other districts do all of this and how they're organized and what they do.
And so there are several areas where you put owner on there. So I don't know, guys, is the right, like, the best way to actually have ownership to this is I think as a takeaway, we're looking at these independently and prepared for the next meeting. Is that?
Yeah, I think I think that's right. In addition, maybe we could spend a couple minutes just talking about it now that you've gone through it. So I have a concern, and my concern is that this was all, you pulled all of this together based on what we wrote on the walls.
Mm-hmm.
But what we wrote on the walls came from, I think, from the, I can't remember exactly, but Sean, the MASC guy, like he sort of planted some seeds and put some stuff up there to start with, and then we added to it. So I'll be honest, I think this sounds ambitious. All these things to sort of like put in as goals for 1 year, I think sounds ambitious. That maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's not. But I'm just wondering if what this all has, which is a result of what we put on the walls, are all of these things high priority areas of focus for us in our goals this year?
Yeah, so
Are they?
there's things that are required of us, which is to attend trainings. We have to evaluate the superintendent.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a non-negotiable. Now, you could say we don't have time to have a subcommittee. We already voted on a high-level process, and so we could just YOLO it like we did last time.
What is YOLO?
YOLO, you only live once, basically like just random stuff, and then, not, I think, but based on the training that we took, based on what other districts do, based on benchmarking and best practices, having a process, having the dates and following it is really the best approach.
Mm-hmm.
So I see this as non-negotiable, the superintendent evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see the budget as non-negotiable. We can't not have a budget. We can't not show up at meetings, and we can't, sure, we could actually drop the communication around how we're going to deliberate and make decisions. MSBA, I don't know, can we opt out of that? I don't think so. So this to me is also not. Self-evaluation.
Well, that's easy stuff because we have a member that's going to be on the committee for MSBA, right? So that's just sort of part of how we operate. Dr. Klingeman has asked for somebody from the school committee. So does that really have to be a goal, or is that just part of?
Sure, we can strike it. And
I
it's
mean,
just
it's a question.
business as usual. I mean, I don't,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. It's me. I was more just trying to codify what we do. And then, but if we want to really limit it to just like what we are legally required and like the sort of the floor, it's like we do a budget, we evaluate ourselves, because I don't think that that should be, if we're going to like ream the administration on stuff, like it is completely unfair for us not to be self-reflective on our own performance. So I don't think that I don't think that's up for negotiation. I think for onboarding and orientation, we could strike that. I mean, like we've all learned by ourselves. I did it by myself, so we could strike that if we think that's not important. I don't know who's not running. Annual governance training, I don't know. We could say we don't want to get trained. I think that sends also a shitty message, excuse my language, a less than ideal message with regard to how we perceive ourselves and our professional roles here. But we can also say, nope, we don't have time for that. Increasing public engagement and trust, I don't know, that maybe that's we can strike it and just say, we're going to show up to sessions and talk and not have it be a goal. I think the things that you're really talking about, which are nice to haves, which is like professional standard reporting templates, which would, I think, facilitate more efficient discussions, but maybe not. An annual impact report, if we don't want to do that, we should strike it from our policy because we're not doing it. And it's in our policies. So again, why don't we just say we don't do that? I think.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'd like to hear from everyone else too about just my comment about this sounding ambitious, but I think one of the reasons why it sounds ambitious to me is I'm trying to differentiate between what we're mandated to do as a school committee and what goals we're putting in front of ourselves to be a better school committee. And I'm not seeing sort of the differentiation in this document. So these goals are like, a lot of these goals are stuff that we have to do. We're required to do them. Maybe we're not doing them, some things great. Maybe there's some things we're forgetting to do.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm wrong. I mean, maybe I'm looking at it in sort of a warped way, but when I think of school committee goals each year, I think of like, okay, what are some of the goals that we're taking on for ourselves to improve ourselves and improve the district? Maybe that sounds like too hand-wavy, but that's kind of what I think of when I think of our annual goals. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. I mean, because like the way these are sort of like, if these become like our goals, we probably don't have to meet on this every year because it's like, these are the stuff that we have to do. Let's kind of memorialize them, make them our goals, and check ourselves on them every year.
So wait, this is both too ambitious, and also just reflective of what we're supposed to do? How's that?
Well, I'm getting a sense that I don't want to sort of like, this isn't an argument. I'm just sort of like giving you my thoughts.
Yeah.
Like I'm just having trouble understanding how we're differentiating between things that we are required to do and what our goals are of a school committee. So I'm just trying to, maybe I'm asking myself the question, what is the purpose of having goals every year as a school committee? It's in our policy, we have to do it. What are the purposes? How do you guys interpret annual school committee goals?
I think one of the takeaways, at least that I had from our workshop, was that we need to develop SMART goals, right? Specific, measurable, accountable, RT. And I think, Jen, yes, thank you. I think that these goals should not be aspirational because they all do tie to things that we need to be doing. I think it is a different way, perhaps, to document it and hold ourselves accountable throughout the year at our mid-year check-in like we talked about, and end of year. I think it is ambitious, right? Because we all know, time is precious and we run out of it serving on this committee. But, I think Laurel mentioned a few minutes ago the importance to us because we're in it, and you'll learn a lot, Jen, as you're, coming into the first full year here. The community doesn't necessarily know all this, and if we have it documented as, something for us to be able to report back out on and also check in on ourselves, I like the idea of having it. But I also think, just think about like a student's goals. You don't just put down what the bare minimum is, and they're not necessarily going to achieve that goal by the end of the year. but that's okay. You know, we have, I think, a lot of this. I think some of the things that you struck as you were talking through, I'd probably strike as well, is because we want to keep our main focus on the priorities that we have, and things come up that become new priorities we didn't even know today that we would have. But I like them, and I don't think we should differentiate really what our requirements are versus what our goals are, because they should really be leading us one in the same way. And the operational efficiency, I know we've talked a little bit about that, but last year we got it down on paper. We committed time this summer, lots of time, right, of our own time to workshop together to improve our operational efficiency and our communication and all that. And so I think we're in a good place to start to really lay these things out for ourselves and keep us on the task at hand. So that's my thoughts.
I mean, Matt, I think your point was that, again, the 4 buckets were our purview, right? Budgetary oversight, policies, district goals, and superintendent eval, which is where the stickies landed. Those were the 4 pieces of paper, I believe, right? And then I think there was probably some things that came out of, again, the operational effectiveness was likely within some of those, and I think that's the biggest, from my perspective, the thing that this could help us define, which is that I think there are ways that we could improve on how we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Not that we're not doing it, but that we could be doing it better and more efficiently, more effectively, based on what we all have a better understanding of. And I think there's, in my mind, there's some consolidation here so that it wouldn't seem potentially so ambitious, I guess. But to Jen's point, I think, you know, to sort of eliminate some of these things, or because the counter to that is we are supposed to be doing them. So now we're just clearly defining them so that we are checking in on them, and it's transparent for the community what we are holding ourselves accountable for. And again, we are doing a lot of these things. To me, we are supposed to be doing a lot of these things. How we're doing them could be improved upon. So I think maybe we talk a little bit about how there's some consolidation, or if people feel really strongly about nixing, you know, some of these things. I mean, in my mind, budget, to Jen's point, that is going to consume us this year. That's going to have to be a major focus.
Can I just say a suggestion? Because right now, all of the school district educators are in the goal-setting process, and I would say the school committee is in a similar goal-setting situation than we are when we're setting our goals. And so when we work off of a rubric, so we have 4 standards that we have to cover in all of the indicators that fall under them. But we still, every year, still need to set a student learning goal, a professional practice goal, and a school improvement goal. And so when we set our goals, in no way do we try to cover all of our professional responsibilities within our goal areas, because that's a given. That I can't just set a goal and ignore the budget. That's one key aspect of my position. And so when we set goals, it's really something that's specific to the school year. So you kind of start off with a self-assessment of where we are right now, what's before us. For a teacher, it would be, who are the class before me that I have this year? What do I have going on that's unique? Oh, I have a new CKLA implementation. I really need to focus on that above and beyond that I maybe didn't have to do last year because I was teaching a curriculum that was familiar. So I would just suggest that you have the items in your purview that you're very clear on. And so those are non-negotiables. Those are part of your rubric. So if you were working off a rubric, you know you have budget, policy, superintendent, and all of those pieces. I think for what maybe would be helpful to you is what's different this year that you have before you that would be your goals that you're focusing separately on, above and beyond all the things that you have to do as a school committee, which are laid out in the calendar. So to me, it wouldn't be that one of these things that is summarized here, they're all super important that were listed there, but is there something different that you think as a school committee you'd like to do when advocating for the budget this year to have a different outcome at town meeting? Is the MSBA project part of that? Because at town meeting we're going to be looking for a feasibility study. And then other things, I think that something like a onboarding guide is something that we've talked about many years, because every year there's new school committee members that come on and everyone has a different experience coming on. So that's something above and beyond all those other pieces that you're already going to be doing this year that would be an attainable goal But I think separately from that, to Jen's point, we need to make some protocols to operate more effectively within meetings and within presentations so that the meetings are more productive. So that's just a thought that I have in terms of, we pick things, we can't have everything be a goal that we have to do this year.
Helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I also agree with what Laurel said about things that we want to sort of commit to doing better. It's like, so I guess a good example would be the fifth one, superintendent evaluation. I think I learned a lot from that workshop that we had. It was very illuminating to hear things about like every 2 years versus 1 year, adopting a subcommittee, really just tightening up the process. I think that falls squarely into what Laurel was saying about like something that we have to do every year, but we should do it better. Do we put superintendent evaluation every year as a goal? I don't think so. I think it would be good for this year because it's low-hanging fruit, something that we can do better. That's what I'm trying to get at about like, you know, compliance stuff that we have to do and versus like as a goal. Like, so to me, superintendent evaluation would be an excellent goal this year. You know, we've all been, you know, taught some new stuff. I think it's given us all some pause to figure out how we can improve the process and be more fair to you. So it would be an excellent goal for the school committee. You know, the budget I think is a good one. It's table stakes anyway, but you know, a budget goal this year I think is in line with, you know, capital needs that are on the table. So then the MSBA stuff, as well as the prospect of another override discussion. How do we communicate better? How do we articulate the needs in a way that is going to be more compelling and more accurate, stuff like that? That to me is like an excellent goal. So that's kind of what I'm getting at around like, you know, trying to, you know, focus on some things that are manageable versus trying to boil the ocean. Because if we take the boil the ocean approach, then I guess the good news is we can do this once and be done forever, because all this stuff should be goals every year. That's where I'm sort of struggling and trying to make a differentiation.
So,
you know,
yeah, so the differentiation, so let's use the superintendent evaluation one.
Yeah.
So I don't think this was in the goals for last year. I don't remember, but.
no, it wasn't.
Okay, so this is basically, the differences here are that one, we want to have a process for doing it, right? So that's a net new effort.
Yeah.
2, we want to consider having a a subcommittee. That's a net new thing, right? KPI 3, we want to actually get trained on what it means to evaluate superintendents. We did that already.
Yeah.
That's net new. And then I guess 4, we could get rid of. It's basically to like do it by the date, well, to follow the process. So for example, you know, everybody gets their independent evaluations in by a specific time. We have someone that we've identified who's going to consolidate it, et cetera. So it's basically, which we could strike that and then assume it gets subsumed into KP1, which is agree on the process, which we already did. So I think to me, that is the difference, is like the table stakes is that we evaluate the superintendent. Our goals are that we're going to actually do it with a process, potentially. So that is on the paper.
That's my point.
Yeah.
That's completely my point. That's so yeah, right. Everything that you just said. So another example that I think I would probably advocate to take the opposite approach is number 3, policy. I'm not sure that we need policy on the goals this year. I think we have a policy subcommittee. I think we have a once-a-month standing meeting. There's plenty of policies, always policies that need to be updated. They come down from MASC. They get shot at us sort of impromptu. So there's plenty to do there. Does it have to be part of our goals to update policy? My thinking is probably not. It's something that we have to do, and we have a policy subcommittee that manages it, and we get assigned by the school committee to look at particular policies when they become, important enough for the committee.
So I think that's fine. I think the one addition or idea that came up at our workshop was something around, and this has come up actually in multiple meetings, which is around like prioritizing policy review to have the greatest impacts on school community. So I don't actually know what that would look like, but I think that sentiment has come up as like out of like, you know, you have your kind of business as usual policy updating and whatnot and compliance, but, you know, is there something around, are there big areas that we don't have policies or that we want to discuss? Or like, for example, the cell phone thing, right? Or like, I'm super surprised that AI use in the classrooms or by teachers has not come up. I mean, I know masks guidance on that, but there are like strategic buckets where, you know, I don't know if, or maybe we just, or like the use of technology in classrooms or something like that, which, you know, are there these topics that keep coming up that need revisiting? I don't know.
Well,
Defer to
see,
you guys.
So I would look at it in the opposite order of sequence. So I think, let's say that AI and technology, either innovation or culling down or whatever, becomes a big priority for us. That would be a goal. And the normal sort of operating procedure is that the policy subcommittee takes first crack at, you know, certain line items that affect it. So that's how I would look at policy. I'm not so sure I would look at policy as like, okay, well, let's prioritize policies and figure out which ones we need to update by order of priority. Maybe you know, we figure out what are our goals. You know what I mean? Maybe technology is a goal. And technology, if that's a goal, AI and stuff like that, some of it would be policy related. Other things might just be handled in different ways.
We already have a policy subcommittee meeting scheduled for next week, and AI policy is one of the first 4 policies that we're talking about this year.
Yeah.
To develop, you mean?
To develop and bring back to the full committee.
I don't know. It's just it's kind of like how I'm thinking about it. You know what I mean? Like,
the way I would approach it would be like a goal would be something like transition to be like more proactive in identifying policy needs versus waiting for them to be bubbled up. But
yeah,
that maybe that's not appropriate for that year. But that's how my mind works with regard to going above and beyond the kind of like basic, which is already a lot of work. But again,
yeah, I mean, I think. Well, I mean, I think that. To be fair, I've been on policy subcommittee for a while. I think we are pretty proactive. That's why we have standing meetings. Like, so we are like constantly looking at policies and bringing them up, and that has to be balanced with the stuff that bubbles up. You know what I mean? Like 2 years ago, the busing stuff came up. It was like came up by a couple members. Like they had heard from people. Buses that ended up matriculating into 3
meetings.
Yeah, like 2 months of policy meetings. So. It's like it's like a balance.
So Matt, what I would say though is that I think it would be helpful, and again, I don't know that it has to be a goal this year, but I think what Jen's talking about is something that has to do with actually our agenda planning and making sure that our subcommittees aren't just doing work only when they have to, or doing work and then only bringing it when it's sort of like done and ready.
Yeah.
When we reviewed the policy goal, you made this spreadsheet, and I was like, wow. I mean, obviously you'd been doing that and tracking it all, but it was the first time I had seen how you'd prioritize them and what they look like. So in my mind, I think part of what helps set the stage is that part of our kind of agenda planning to stay in line and keep on top of what we're doing is that, you know, the subcommittees at the beginning of the year, I know our meetings, we just keep adding things. But for policy that's established, and you guys already have kind of a path, unfortunately, from things that are holdovers from last time, to say, here's what we're looking at. That's an agenda item, a report out from the policy subcommittee, a status update, if you will, on where you are and where you're going, which then offers an opportunity for the committee to say, oh, you know, I've been here, whatever it is.
Yeah.
As opposed to just having you guys come when you've got reworked policies and we say yay or nay. I mean, I think it would be better if it became a more kind of ongoing component.
That's fine. I mean, if we want to, and that's a better way to have it work, because like, technically speaking, the policy subcommittee should be assigned to do things by the full committee.
Right. You come with a
But
recommendation.
that doesn't mean that like MASC doesn't like update 5 policies every month, and we have to sort of like figure out how to do it. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm much better at taking direction than giving it. So if we want to figure out to put it on a goal and figure out how to prioritize sort of policies and stuff, I can't speak for Kathy, but that would make me feel better. It would give me some direction on, you know, how to do policies. I just know that they need to be done. Some districts hire MASC to come in and spend, and I can guarantee you we don't have time to do that. because that's a huge, from the other districts I've talked to, that is like a huge lift.
Well, it costs money.
It costs money, and it's just like, okay, let's take a look at 300 policies and like update them in 5 months. You know, we can do that. We can spend the money to do it. I'm not so sure that that's money well spent in this climate, but, you know.
Yeah. Can I make a suggestion? This could probably go on for an hour.
Yeah.
And we have a lot to get through. If everybody can, trying to think of the best way to give feedback. Give it to Jen, and she comes back next meeting with, I don't know how to address this,
Well-
because it's a lot.
It is.
And we need to have goals. I agree with the sentiment that we should just pick like 4 goals, and this is what we want to get done this year. But I'm not going to be the one to say this is what our 4 goals should be.
Well, one way to do this is a great starting point,
Yes.
in my view. So one way to do it would be to each of us do some homework between now and the next meeting and review this document and come in prepared to talk about in the next meeting what each of us individually thinks are our sort of high priority goals, what we think the goals should be. And maybe there'll be a lot of commonality. Maybe it'll be a short meeting. And where we'll just be like, yeah, hell yeah. I mean, superintendent evaluation, we're all in agreement. That has to be on there. Boom. You know? But I don't know. That's just an idea. Maybe each of us individually takes a look at this document and figures out like what
Well, I
are our
think we
top
have
3 or
to.
something like that.
Yeah, I think at this point, there's
Okay.
not a lot of clarity, so.
I'd be curious as to, so just to wrap this conversation up, I think one, I could have been clearer with the rationale, which is 1, the goals categories, and 2, I could have been clearer in delineating what is like the floor versus what are the things that we're going to do different. Matt, to your point, what are the goals that we're doing to help achieve, you know, our business as usual, right? So that's one thing. But I guess maybe we can all reflect on the fact that, like, I assumed that everybody would do this before this meeting, and I don't think everyone did. And this gets back to why I think the operational effectiveness needs to be a goal. But I won't be here at the next school committee meeting, so I will, on my own, kind of like simplify this if you want, and like make it real, like basic, and then, you know, folks can like either take the look at the basic one or this one, and then you guys can vote next time.
Can I just be really transparent? I actually have a pretty clear message that my strong feelings about this, because I did look at it, and I also think there's some consolidation. I think we're going to have to let some stuff go. So,
Yeah.
I think superintendent evaluation as it is great. That's a very kind of process-oriented goal, but it's critically important. And I think you've delineated the pieces without KP4. I think maybe C of KP1 is like, do the thing. I think the budget-related goals are also important. I'd be happy to flesh out MSBA. I mean, it's essentially just, we need to, the admin team unfortunately has to do all the heavy lifting and the work piece, but the school committee needs to actively participate in advocating for securing the feasibility study money. I mean, that's really the bottom line. So however we want to articulate that, and I don't know, that's sort of part of the larger capital budget.
It's part of my goal with,
Right.
and with school committee input on those meetings, so that whoever is on the school committee that's participating can speak to the community and each other about that
Right.
project.
It feels like it would be remiss to not have it mentioned, so finding some way of incorporating that into the existing budget things that we already have here. And then, again, the onboarding document and process, I feel like, I don't know that that's if it's not a goal, it won't get done, I understand that, but I don't know that as a standalone in the current climate. Matt has a draft of something, I know he does, because we did it. So if that's something that we can do like as a working group or something to then be brought, and I know I get messy with the working group versus subcommittee or whatever, but like.
That could
the
be
idea
that could be as simple as like, I have a draft. What we could do is we could just add it to an upcoming agenda, and I could present it to you guys. That could be very simple.
And that's, to me, that's around operational efficiency. That can just be an action step within improving our I don't know which one.
operational effectiveness.
Support and enhance committee professional development and school committee governance, efficiency, and decision-making. I feel like there could be some consolidation in there of some of these. And I think, so that's superintendent evaluation, budget as it is. And then, to be honest, I mean, I think in my mind, this improving school committee governance, efficiency and decision-making, I think we dedicated, to Kathy's point, a lot of time to talking about a lot of this, and it feels like it's important to kind of focus in. I think we've come a long way as a committee. There's been a lot of work done, and there's an easy way, because what I would like to see is actually that the KPI under the strengthened data-driven oversight around standard reporting templates, in my mind, that's part of how you make our agendas more efficient. If there's a clear message to those who are going to come and present to us some sort of template, I mean, that is part of that. So it doesn't have to be its own piece. And quite frankly, Jen, to your point, I mean, the year-end state of district report, the policies suggest that we should be doing that. I mean, we're going to have, this is the last year of the strategic plan. I imagine this year there will be a pretty significant report out on, you know, how we did, maybe just in year 4, but also across the board. So,
I mean, I also think that doing a year-end review is pretty important for some of the other goals around budget and communicating to people, right? Because we know that around the override, people are like asking all sorts of questions about blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I don't.
well, does that beat you, Brad?
Anyway, I think it seems like next steps here are that everyone's going to individually take the draft, marinate on it, and decide what they think are the top priorities, and then is next session voting on these goals?
Can.
I mean,
Can
in
we?
my opinion, I think we should.
We
We're
should,
already
yeah.
into the school year. I guess this is where I struggle with, like, so then we're going to come in next time and everyone's going to have a more clear kind of picture, and we're going to wordsmith it as a group. Is that what we're imagining? That's fine. I just,
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean,
I mean, Laurel, you just articulated, what, 4 goals?
well, yeah, I mean,
But no, I think you did a good job encapsulating what we've been talking about, right? Does
Yeah.
anybody disagree with what,
No.
how Laurel prioritized? Okay, so see, I think that's what I was looking for. Like, can we settle it down? Can we get it? So I think if you want to work with Jen, or, well,
No,
you
you
can't do
can't.
that because it's a subcommittee, never mind. Yeah, okay, so,
Laurel, remember every single thing you just said.
Yeah.
And write it down.
and write it
and
down.
my pen is leaking.
And everybody else.
I mean, do you want to take another smush whack at this with what you've heard today? I'm concerned that Jen's not going to be here at the next meeting, which
Right.
is disappointing to me, that we're going to, then have more feedback. So I guess if
yeah.
If you guys can decide, this is my work product that I will be happy with whatever. It seems like this is too much, and so we simplify, and then we discuss it.
Yeah.
That's at half of the year, and hopefully at the end of the year. And I
Yeah.
just don't want to be in this position next year where we're like twiddling our thumbs.
No, I think this is exactly what we assigned you to do, and I think this is like a perfect place for tonight's meeting. Personally, I do think that it needs to be made more manageable, and I would vote that we each individually consider what is on this paper and what Laurel said, and each of us be prepared at the next meeting to come in with what our top, let's say, I'll just pick a number, doesn't have to be 3, but 3 is a magic number. What are the 3 sort of top priorities for each of us? And I have a feeling that we'll come in and there's going to be a lot more commonalities than not. And I have a feeling that we'll walk away being able to vote next week, or excuse me, next meeting, on at least the spirit of the top of the top 3. And we'll call it good.
Okay? So we will put on the September 17th agenda to vote It'll be an action item
Yeah,
for our
finalize goals.
school committee goals,
Finalize goals, yeah.
finally. Okay. Thank you, Jen, that was a
Yeah,
ton of
that's
work.
great.
I think I've learned my lesson to like not put this much effort in.
All right. Okay. Strategic plan, action plan. Moving on, strategic plan, action plan, and Danielle's gonna go over her, what she has, but we had talked about, Danielle had asked for 2 people
To serve on the
to serve on the
district's-
district, and I heard from Laurel and Jen. So those will be our 2 representatives. Okay.
Do we have a sense of time commitment?
Yes, I have a list of the potential meeting dates that I can share.
Okay, thank you.
Are they all during the day?
3:30 to
that's okay.
5:30, or
That's okay.
3:30 to 6, and there's 6 meetings.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't want you to say like 9 to 11 every
Nope.
Monday when I have
Yeah.
like.
I'll share the meetings with the 2 people that volunteered, and if it looks like those could work for the 2 of you, then great. Otherwise, I will share the meeting dates with the whole committee if it doesn't work with your schedules. What, are we on district strategic initiatives?
You're on your strategic plan, action plan.
Okay.
Yeah, isn't that what that is?
Yep, I
Draft
think so.
district strategic
We
initiative?
printed out, we had a draft in the packet, and so we will be, we reprinted some of those items tonight and shared them with you, because Beth and I did some work on it and had some adjustments from last Thursday when this needed to be done. So, we just wanted to share, we had done a workshop back the day after, a couple of days after school ended, that the school committee joined the administrative team on just looking back over year 3 of the strategic plan, and we identified key areas that continue to be important to us as a district, and we evaluated what we have left in year 4 of the current strategic plan. So on strategic objective 1, what's left for us to address is building capacity for teacher leadership due to changes in the administrative structure. So we talked a little bit about that at the beginning of the meeting in terms of loss of administrators and how can we support teachers in having more agency in making decisions so that they're not feeling as though the loss of several administrators is impacting them on a daily basis. Empowering our experts that we have on staff during professional development. That has come out during K-12 Insight Survey. Our staff really appreciate having choice in their PD. And we have a lot of people on staff that are very generous and willing to provide some trainings for each other. So that was what Beth presented a little bit earlier about the PD plan, using some of the professionals on staff as well as letting there be some choice to our educators. We will be conducting an SEL, we have been conducting an SEL needs assessment, and we will be implementing a universal screener. This is one of the last pieces of our strategic plan in terms of SEL. So that universal screener will be implemented K through 12 this year, so we'll have data on that. And in this strategic initiative 1, we want to continue to engage families with proactive communication, finding ways to invite families into the schools. Some of the feedback on K-12 last year was that sometimes students and parents don't feel as though there are a lot of opportunities for them to volunteer and participate in the school. Number 2, strategic objective, this was inclusive and culturally responsive instruction. What's left in year 4, lead teachers related to curriculum, expanding pilot teachers, expanding classroom walkthroughs so that we can be more present in classrooms with the administrators we have, and also be able to advocate for what our teachers need in terms of curriculum and instruction. Enhancing student voice in the program of studies so that students can access the course offerings they're interested in and not be limited because they're on an IEP or because they're in a certain level of a band, so that they still would be able to access the programs that they would like to. We will be working on ensuring that our portrait of a graduate focus areas are reflected in pre-K through 12 curriculum maps. inclusive instructional practices, continued work with co-teaching expectations, student leadership, shared ownership of special education students and EL English learner students, increasing co-planning opportunities, and once again, the schedule for DHS to be completed prior to the end of the school year so that issues can be addressed sooner rather than later. And we continue to work on implementing the new IEP and the DCAP. Strategic Objective 3, what's left? We have a review of social studies in our comprehensive health curriculums this year. Dr. Wilcox has already started that process. We will continue with a program of studies review committee at the high school. Maximizing the time we do have. We don't just have PD days for teachers to be collaborating, and so are we maximizing the time we have within this contract day with PLC time, faculty meetings, department meetings, and grade level meetings. Professional development, balancing mandated trainings as well as new program trainings, offering choice sessions, independent PD proposals, and content-specific training. And finally, pilot teachers leading the CKLA implementation. And on the inclusive and financial communication systems, what is left for us to address? I feel like this really was the last frontier of us achieving some of the biggest things in our last strategic plan was just making sure that we had a strong process for budget development, and it was comprehensive and would help us reach our strategic goals. We learned a lot of lessons in FY26 with the override process and all the meetings that we attended and had. We want to continue to craft a narrative that resonates with the community. We need to be crisp about policies and the cuts and the impacts of these cuts. Communication strategy to the greater community, focusing on student impact if there are future budget reductions. We have communicate impact again. What factors need to be in place for a successful school district, and override website and increase social media presence were some strategies that we talked about. So the large topic areas for our district KPIs this year will be reduction in our chronic absenteeism rate. And when Dr. Wilcox and I really dug into this, we have a current rate of student attendance of 95.3%, which is really excellent. And so while we do have students that are chronically absent, we would like to reduce that from the current rate of 13.5% down to 10% or less, and that is the group of students that are absent more than 10% of the time. Correct? And so that's one area that you'll see on the school improvement plans is how individual schools will be addressing chronic absenteeism. Yes?
Can I ask a quick, I rabbit holed on data on this actually. I'm curious as to, I won't get into it, but I'm curious as to like well, I saw the rates on the DESE website. Maybe there's different data sets broken out by different demographics. And so I was curious about like what kind of analysis you guys did on, and I'm sure you intuitively also know like the root causes for the different types of absenteeism by different demographics or groups.
Yeah, so we have such small subgroups that if you were to take students in one of our, we don't even have enough students to make a subgroup. So if you took out low-income students, we have done a deep dive into what the causes may be. And so we will be working with individual subgroups, but we have such a small group of different ethnicities and races in our district that it could be that one student that's not in the white category can really throw our data off in a major way in terms of the subcategories. You need to have at least, is it 20 students to make a subgroup? It used to be a different number, but I think it's 20. So in some of our subgroups, we don't have 20 students, and so we're talking about under 5 students that would make up one of those smaller subgroups. And so it's not always, sometimes you could have one of the 5 students that we have that may be an Asian subgroup who had an illness that year, and that can throw off our chronic absenteeism rate in that subgroup. So we certainly do disaggregate the data and dig into it as much as we can.
Yeah, I was interested in that as well as like folks who are like the reasons for chronic absenteeism, right? Like we discussed at one of the meetings about people taking their kids out for skiing versus mental health versus whatever. So like what are the big not now, but I'd be curious about like what are the bigger categories, because obviously I would imagine some of the reasons for chronic absenteeism are linked to some of the other goals, right? Around belonging or like the inequities at home or like all of these other things. And so I was just curious as to like, as part of that, you know, how, I'm sure it'll come out later with the goals, but just sort of what a little bit more granular with the buckets in there.
Another KPI will be implementation of the universal screener, which is ready to go, and that is something that we will be training the staff on at the October PD Day. Expansion of real-world learning opportunities. This is directly from our K-12 Insights survey. We want to make sure that we're increasing our student participation in real-world learning experiences to 65% of students reporting that by the end of the school year. We had 54% of students that reported that they participated in real-world learning experiences, and so it might be as simple as our teachers just more clearly letting the students know when they're making a real-world connection so that the students know they're getting that and when they are asked that question on K-12, as well as really looking at when are we connecting our current curriculum to jobs out in the real world or other ways that they can access this within our community. We were in a classroom today where they were talking about civics and people's civic responsibility in your community and what's a civic responsibility versus something that you should do versus a duty, looking at jury duty versus you should be on a committee like all of you are on in your community. So I think making those connections to your own small town are just pretty easy to do within our current curriculum. Access to timely and actionable academic feedback. So this is something we'll be working with our teaching staff on as a district-wide goal. So when teachers are setting their goals in the coming weeks, we'll be talking about how do individual teachers provide students with timely feedback that the students know that they're receiving so that the students know that they have mechanisms to do improve their performance. So we want to see that target rate increased by parents reporting that as well as our students reporting that they are receiving actionable feedback. And then we always have the goal of reducing achievement gap among our at-risk students. And so Dr. Wilcox and I were talking today that MCAS is not the best way for us to track our improvement in our curriculum, especially when it's no longer a graduation requirement. And so we're always looking at ways that we can better track our student progress. MCAS is one way. We talked about, we certainly use iReady and classroom assessments, but we'll be looking to decrease the number of students who are not meeting or exceeding expectations that are in our high needs subgroups. So our high needs subgroups are students on IEPs, 504s, English learners, low income. And so we want to try to raise their meeting and exceeding expectation rates.
Is there a difference between at-risk and high needs?
At-risk
those used
students,
interchangeably.
yep. So high needs is an official DESE term that when we receive reports on our high needs students, when we receive reports on how all of our students do, those students are counted twice. So we have students, all of the students, whether they're on an IEP, 504, English learner, count in our large data of how our school performed. Separately, the high needs students are all of those at-risk students, but we also have the different categories broken out within that high needs large group.
I don't understand. What's the difference between high needs students and at-risk students?
At-risk students could be students that are not on an IEP or a 504 or an English learner.
Okay.
And they are coming out in the at-risk range when we're doing our assessments. So you could have a student that meets none of the high-risk, high-needs categories, but they still come out on an iReady assessment in the fall of grade 2. And so they would be considered at risk because when we're rank ordering our students that are in need of support and prioritizing who would get assistance from the Title I math tutors or our reading specialists, anyone who's not performing at grade level would be considered an at-risk student and that they're coming out in the yellow and red range in terms of where we'd expect them to be performing. Does that make sense?
It does. It sounds, yeah, it's fine. Go ahead. I saw the different terms, so I was wondering, but that makes some sense, yes.
Okay. And MSBA eligibility milestone completion rates. We have a lot of deliverables that are due. We've been meeting those so far. We have a building committee meeting tomorrow night. We've developed a website on the Alden website that connects to the district website where all of our posted meetings will be and our minutes will be housed as well as any information. So we will be working on that this whole year, hopefully securing funding in March for a feasibility study. And so this is just a list of what has already been completed and where we are. So we have 2 more items coming up on November 28th that will be the focus for the next couple of months. Just at the end of this were some of the Chandler School Improvement Plan thoughts and focus areas that are in development. Those will be presented at a later time, so I won't get into those tonight. In the essence of time, and I'll go over our goals, which we did adjust a bit since you saw the packet. So we printed out hard copies of the updated draft goals right now.
So the one in the drive is not.
No, so hopefully the paper copy could be something that would be easier to follow along with tonight. Beth, why don't I see? Okay, hopefully this is the one. So the one in the drive actually is updated. It is updated, but it's not the one that you would have seen in the packet if you reviewed the materials by the packet.
I get it from the drive.
Okay, so then you're good. So our student learning goal for this year that we're proposing would be reduce the achievement gap for at-risk students to ensure that all students reach individual growth targets. I'm not going to read every single action plan item for you or our measurements of achievement, but we've been going back and forth with what percentages of teachers and students we would like to see as our goal. So a lot of the things I just shared in the overall district goals are within the 3 goals that were presented. So within reducing the achievement gap, we also want that to incorporate looking at our attendance rates and our outreach towards students who are not in attendance consistently. That also consists of the timely and actionable feedback, making sure our students are feeling connected, in that we are going to be looking at beginning, middle, and end of the year data and presenting that to the school committee in whatever format is most helpful to you.
Daniel, if you
Yep.
like, I think to Jen's point, I think it's helpful, not just for us, but for anybody who's looking at this stuff. I think, Lisa, you did it for budget stuff, but like, if you just had like a little asterisk with at-risk students, and then you
Yep.
just defined who we're talking about.
Yep.
In
I can
any
do
of
that.
those areas where it's not something that.
Yep. MCAS is like high needs. At-risk is our district term when we're talking about who may, and not everybody's Title I, that's another term that's kind of out there, is like a
That's what I
Title
mean.
I
I think
student,
there's
so
just
it's,
too many things.
so we always categorize at-risk as any student who's at risk of not achieving grade level
Who's performing
benchmarks.
below,
Yep,
basically.
and
Okay.
so, and those students are the ones that we have been trying to make sure we have interventions in place for, because we've always had interventions in place for students on IEPs, and I think that one of our district focus areas is anyone could be at risk in a certain subject area. So how are we supporting our students who may not be identified as having a learning disability or an English learner, et cetera? The professional practice goal that we were proposing for the school year was just our strategic planning process, making sure that that process is inclusive. The focus group sessions are we're looking at what the district is doing well and what are the areas that we want to prioritize moving forward, telling the district's story, what kind of school district do we want to be, and with that story, telling the story of how we're prioritizing budget decisions moving forward. We would be presenting this school committee with the draft of the strategic plan that hopefully will have measurable KPIs and clear strategic initiatives for us to be able to report back to you throughout the next 3 years, if this is going to be a 3-year strategic plan. And finally, the district improvement goal. We have 2 district improvement goals because this is going to be another big budget year, but we have the Alden School Building project that we need to make sure we are in compliance with all of the required components of that. Also securing funding at the end of that through a feasibility study. And separate from that, we know we have another really crucial budget process coming up where we, I think, worked really hard last year and came very close to achieving the funding that we needed, but we're heading into another year that also is coupled with a contract negotiation and the feasibility study, so it's even more complicated this year. But the budget process making sure that's collaborative with all of you and with our families and with the different principals and directors that are making recommendations to us about what they need to be able to effectively run their buildings. So was there anything that jumped out besides better defining at-risk and high needs?
Just from a timing and sequencing, so I know that per our last discussion, we were talking about maybe having a subcommittee for superintendent goals so that we made sure that these goals, are, like, we all agree on them really clearly, and that goes into the evaluation. But I think we won't have any time to do that if these need to be agreed on next week. So basically, we all, as school committee members, should make sure that we're really clear that we know how to measure that these are the things that we want to use as part of the evaluation. The only other thing, which I haven't had a chance to look at this one, I looked at the other one, was that some of the, and maybe you changed this, some of the, first, I don't understand what, like, greater than 100%, equal, whatever.
Goal is 100%, so some of them,
Okay.
we can't be greater than 100%.
Right, that's why I was confused. But some of them are, I think, broadly, like, so for example, the assumption, I assume, for, like, let's say student learning goal 1, which is reducing the achievement gap for at-risk student, some of the achievements are like for everyone, right, for all kids, versus some of them, the measurements are specific to at-risk students, which is, I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure that when we're evaluating, we know that some of these KPIs do not necessarily directly apply. They apply to all the kids, right? Not just the at-risk students.
So I think one of the things we've reported to you, especially with the iReady, is that we aren't just worried about the students requiring intervention, and that's come up at school committee meetings over the past few years, is that our only focus is not, we certainly are concerned if students are not performing where they should be, and we want to make sure there's interventions in place, but we also want to make sure that we clearly state that we are concerned about all student growth, so that students that may not be receiving services or interventions are still reaching their growth targets. And so we tried to not only address closing achievement gaps and raising the scores of our students that are getting extra help or support, but that if we have students that are working above grade level, that they're still making strong growth on their own levels each year.
Does it make sense then to separate that out to, like, kind of general versus specifically to at-risk students?
I think we tried to, so if we didn't, we can go back in there and make sure that we're clearly saying the growth of our general students reaching their growth targets, and then students in our at-risk range are also showing improvement. So we can go back and make sure that
I'll just make that clear.
Define that.
I guess that, the subcommittee is the
We never hit for the votes. I mean, they came up separately.
I would also, just to add to that piece of the information that is for all students versus for students who are at risk, I think that while it may not be the goal to explicitly here, that the goal is really to reduce the number of students who are identified at or labeled as at risk. And so those more general action plans are the intention of that is to
Prevent people.
prevent,
from risk. Yeah.
correct.
No, I get it. I just mean, like at the end of the year when we're going through and everyone's like, yeah, we trained all of the teachers in CKLA. It's like, yes, that's awesome, but that doesn't necessarily tell me that you've reduced the achievement gap for at-risk students, right?
Not this year, but the long-term plan would be by implementing the high-quality instructional materials over time.
No, I understand that. I just mean, yeah, but but there's a difference in saying we're laying the foundation for a multi-year thing to de-risk, or whatever, versus we've trained everyone, ergo we've reduced the achievement gap, right? Because that doesn't necessarily tell me that. But in conjunction with all these other things, that tells it more of a story. Does that make sense?
We were trying to provide a little bit more of a broader context to this, yes.
Yeah. I understand that. So it just means that when you report on it, that context includes how at-risk students are doing versus preventing and then overall growth targets.
I think, yeah, just to piggyback what Jen's saying a little bit, I think, and I feel like I always have the same feedback, is that you're always very ambitious. There's a lot of things in here, and I really appreciate the intentionality behind how achievement will be measured. I think I have some notes, it doesn't really matter, these are your goals. I think what we learned in the superintendent evaluation is it's really critically important for us to understand what your goals are, kind of how they fit in the rubric, right? And then which indicators it is we're looking for all year. So that was my question about this. If we have this idea of establishing a subcommittee, there was going to be collaborative work on some level to define all of this within the rubric so that it's part of our evaluation, right?
I think that at times the goals align with rubric indicators, and so sometimes when I've given you evidence, I would say this fit in under one standard 1, number 3 or whatever, but it was also submitted as part of my goal evidence. And so I think what my takeaway from the training that we attended the other day was that I want the goals to be clear in that the reason we are implementing a high quality curriculum material approved by DESE is so that we are, I just don't want to put I'm not going to be writing, I don't want the goals to be so long with an explanation that we include everything like that. So if it's not inferred why we were doing CKLA as a program, then I can include more information. But also, Laurel, to your point, I think when I sit with the Superintendent's Evaluation Committee, we'd separately look at the 4 standards to be able to say what indicators are we focusing on for evidence. So it might be that there's evidence for the goals and there's evidence separate for the indicators that you all prioritize with me for the school year, and there may be some overlap on both, but the goals don't have to incorporate all of the standard indicators that we're focusing on.
Right.
That makes sense. And the only other thing, I guess, because we touched on it earlier this evening about the teacher rubric evaluations, I could see that feeding into the success of the student learning goal to reduce the achievement gap for really all students, right? So maybe adding some detail about the plans for the SIS, the specialized instructional support rubric, because that's a good, enhancement, I think, and clarification that's leading towards better results for the students.
Maybe we could include as well in our school improvement plans, because I think the school improvement plans will be developed based on the district goal areas and then our goals, and then maybe the school improvement plans can better delineate too for you how the teacher goal setting will be aligned with these things, because the teachers are working on that teacher rubric and the SISP rubric, and so those all kind of go together. So maybe we can explain that a little bit about how the principals and the curriculum supervisors are working on goal setting with teachers in alignment with these goals.
I think it all, works together.
So is this supposed to be voted on next week, or next session rather, the 17th?
I think that's the plan. However, we can do this something similar where it says discussion or action item, so that if there, for some reason, you're not comfortable to vote on them at the next meeting because we didn't have time to do a superintendent evaluation committee meeting, we can certainly, it's not going to stop me from starting my work on any of this, and so we can attempt to vote on it next time if they're cleaned up a bit. And if you have any additional feedback, we can vote at the next meeting. Does that work?
Yes. So then I would like to make a motion, I was going to try to fit it into an agenda, that we vote on having a superintendent evaluation committee. It's not on the agenda, so this is what so we won't have that in place before Dr. Klingeman finalizes her goals.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
So I think because it's under her goals and she was just saying,
Yeah.
I think that's okay. Because if not, it's not going to fit on the agenda until October.
That's cool.
Okay. So I make a
Second.
motion. Okay, yeah. Is that clear?
Mhm.
That we, okay, set forth. Okay. Laurel seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. And so we just established a subcommittee.
What's the charge?
The charge will be, I was just going through that.
The draft goal.
Well, no, with Sean it was, hang on.
Just kidding.
Hang on. The subcommittee, we decided, and they can bring this back, we have to vote on whether we want to do a 2-year cycle or not. We had said we wanted to do 2026 and then put it out to 2028 because of the new strategic plan, closing out the strategic plan. And then the subcommittee charge was to decide 12 indicators up front, 3 from each standard. That was Sean, that came out of our workshop. Okay. Do we have volunteers?
I know.
Why don't you think about it
Okay.
and then,
I do have some interest in this. so-
okay. Maybe it's just you as a
Oh,
subcommittee.
God. Okay.
But didn't
Can
we
you do
say,
that?
Kelly, that as the chair, you
Yeah, I
probably
should,
be
yeah.
involved in
No,
it?
that, yes.
Unfortunately, you're just auto-selected.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing, like, Jen was saying she put together the, I'm gonna be going to a lot of extra meetings anyways, so that's why I'm not signing up for like select board and whatever, and, I mean, I've already been to 5 meetings in the last week. So anyways, yes,
So who's going to be on the subcommittee?
Kathy will be the chair and I will be on the
Well,
subcommittee.
we don't need a chair, right?
Do we? Do we do the chair?
Remember, Sean said that a couple
Oh, that's right.
workshops
Okay,
ago? Yeah.
so it's
yeah.
Kathy and Kelly, okay.
Mhm. Well, thank you. You're
So that way, a subcommittee could happen before
Yes,
we.
the 17th.
Before the 17th.
Perfect.
And that's for
Danielle
superintendent
needs more meetings.
evaluation.
Love it.
Okay. So we'll figure that out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Not a problem.
Yeah.
Could I make a suggestion that, like, one of you or both of you, just document what the charge is so that we can put that in our
Yes.
file? So,
MASC's got some.
Do you want it in the, how do you want it, what do you mean by the file?
well, I think, just somewhere that we can all access it. I think, I'm probably way over my skis here, but I think legally every subcommittee has to have a documented charge. So we should probably write a charge and have that charge memorialized somewhere.
Do you want that to be an agenda item at the first subcommittee meeting? Because we'll have to post this.
Sure.
So it could
That
be
might
that just
good.
that committee develops the charge, and we'll put that on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
And FYI, if you just like look at other talent, like there's. plenty.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
if I remember, there were something like 24 indicators, right? And
We're
we agreed that there would be
prioritizing.
like 12 that we
Yep.
3 from
prioritize.
each board.
Where are those indicators again? Is that on the DESI?
Yep, so you
Right.
can just Google, you can honestly Google
Okay. I'm gonna do
DESI
that.
superintendent rubric, and it comes right up.
Okay.
And it was probably in the folders last year for the superintendent eval.
Yep,
Mhm.
I remember. All the links too. We're agreeing, we're not doing all the.
We'll do however the committee wants me to do it.
And my
Well,
my
glad I'm on
only
this
free.
just,
committee.
like general feedback, because I am obsessive compulsive about this, is that I think there's a lot of things maybe in how achievement will be measured that are like action items. So
Mhm.
just quick run through and say, is this a measurement or is it something we're going to do? Like if we're going to hold 5 meetings, that's an action plan, right?
Mhm.
Whether or not you do it, I guess, is the
It's just,
evidence.
some of these are hard to measure, so I'm always open to measurable mechanisms. If there's an idea that any of you have to make something that needs to be done for some of these, I don't have a classroom of students, and so it's really easy when you're a teacher to say, my students will make X growth over the school year. When you're the superintendent and everyone that works here is all the machine that's making this happen, that's where I sometimes stumble with a list over a measurable item. So I'm always open to ideas about taking something and making it smart in a way that you all can support. So please tell me if you look through those and you think this could be measurable by doing this, and not just a check off that you held a meeting.
Yeah, well, I mean, but the meeting is important. That's the
Yep.
action you're taking. The question is maybe some of those actions that they're not individually measurable, those are the actions that you take, and then you see an outcome in maybe a bigger picture kind of way,
Yeah.
which is sometimes the goal. I understand
Which is like
it's circular,
the completed strategic plan, but at the same time, within that
Right.
completed strategic plan, we're developing measurable KPIs, so it's just kind of, it's tricky. Beth and I talk about it all the time of how to make our work more directly measurable to our own things that we can control, and there's so many things that we are controlling as an organization with the intention of improving student achievement.
Yeah, which unfortunately means student achievement is your
Exactly.
your evidence and your benchmark, which
Yeah.
isn't great for you always, but
Well,
that's
it's, yeah,
kind
it's
of
our job.
That's how.
So yeah, definitely let us know, but we'll work with the subcommittee to do that. You ready for MSBA? I can be really brief. I thought that I didn't see the memo in the folder, but I guess it was there, that just an update on the committee.
It's just the presentation, you were right.
It's just the presentation. So I did add a memo, and we'll update the packet tomorrow because I would like the packet to have the updated. I might have done it tonight while we were here. So we are underway. Our eligibility period was kicked off, commenced on June 2nd. So we had already established our building committee, and we had a couple of meetings prior to that June 2nd commencement. We have great people on our building committee. Our chair was elected, John Lemieux, who will be instrumental in this process, and he already did a great job when he was at the select board meeting with members of our building committee talking about the project. He's very experienced in this area. He lives in town, graduates, his children are graduates of DHS, and he was on the building committee for the middle school and high school project. We also have Barbara Bartlett, who used to work for the district. We have a great, fantastic committee. We have developed a website for the MSBA project. It is housed in the Alden School website, and it connects to the district website. So we will be posting all of our meeting dates and agendas that are posted with the town. We have already handed in the initial compliance certification. We formed our building committee. We needed to have that signed off on by our town moderator, and it had to include people that had different roles, including people that were MCPPO. We have the town manager on it. We also have Mary McKinnon, who's serving as a ad hoc. What is she considered?
She is a non-voting member.
A non-voting member. So we have parents who have really closely connected jobs and expertise that are serving on the committee, as well as Katie St. Clair, Rebecca Long, and all of us. So most recently, we just handed in our educational profile questionnaire and our online projection tool. So those were both submitted and accepted. And we have a meeting tomorrow evening where we will be talking about the next steps, which is that enrollment meeting that needs to be held. And we have updated enrollment information from NESDEC, which is pretty much the industry standard in terms of providing school districts with their enrollment projections. It's not an exact science, it's a projection. And so I know that comes up frequently when we're at community meetings about our enrollment and what the long-term enrollment projections might be. And so we are using what all school districts utilize for that. And what that data is telling us is predicting that we will be seeing some pretty steady enrollment numbers with our current numbers that we have, and that it will be slightly increasing as we get closer to 2030, 2040, 2050. But right now we're in a steady pattern with a long-term projection that our class size will begin to increase in the coming years. So, what's that?
I was just thinking
2050,
2050.
yep.
I've already got a foot in the grave.
Yeah. And so the whole, this whole year, we'll be working towards the feasibility study, and we will be working with the town to put an item on the warrant, hopefully where we'll be seeking community support with funding that feasibility study, which we're hearing from our chair, John Lemieux, that is running in the range of $1.5 to $2 million. That feasibility study will give the community information about this building that we're in right now. Is a renovation possible, or is it a recommendation for our community to consider a full rebuild? And nothing is binding from the feasibility study vote. That would just allow us to do that comprehensive study of this building facility to see where we are and what our options may be. It will be a completely separate vote and decision by the community about a future building project. So this is really just step one, is just getting that community support to take a closer look at this building and what it needs.
But it is reimbursed.
It is the 1.5 to 2 million, if that's the number that's decided upon, is eligible for that MSBA reimbursement, often at a higher rate than we would be seeing for the overall building project down the road. Laurel, anything else from MSBA update?
Oh, it's really important. I think, what I would just say to the people who are listening, or, the boards in town, is that if they recall, we've come to them to say, should we do this? Yes, you should do this. Our administration has spent 2 years. This is the second one, right? So there's been a ton of investment in time and energy, which is money, in securing access to this eligibility, which is a big deal. And to, walk away would be really a huge miss. For lots of reasons, but
yeah, and I think
the timing is not great, and everybody understands that, but it is what it is. We have no control over that component of it.
Yep, not great timing, but it's a good point that when you're selected for an MSBA project, the state is saying to you that you have one of the most important projects to be considered in the state right now. It's selective, and if you don't have community support for this, you are kind of back to the beginning stages of it, but it's a really good opportunity for our community to consider options for the future of our grade 3 to 5 students.
Cool.
And Laurel took on strategic planning committee, so she's going to roll off being the MSBA rep.
I'll go tomorrow.
You'll go tomorrow night, and then I think I'm going to take over because my guess is everybody's on overload. So that's another thing I'll be doing. Right, unless somebody wants to take that. Because I don't have an Alden job. No. Okay.
The good thing about the building committee meetings are they are online, so if you can't go, you can listen in via Zoom.
Yep. Oh, that's what I'll be doing.
And it's hopefully a long process, so
It could be up to 7 years.
Yeah. Okay, and then joint select board finance committee meeting prep, September 8th, 2025. So we are invited, it's not really a joint meeting, it's a select board meeting that we are invited to sit at the table.
Right, it's I just sent Rainey a
Yep.
email like a few weeks ago, and he got back to me, so I put it in the packet so that we can all just see what's going to be covered. So there's probably not a lot to prepare for. I'm kind of envisioning that we'll just be observing and listening to Mary give her presentation, which is the deficit assumptions that she's making in the forecast, planned fee changes. That's what he has put in the email. The actual agenda online, it just says, like it always says, it just says FY27 budget discussion. So it's like very, very broad.
that's in the packet, not in
Rainey's email is in
Yeah.
the packet where he got back to me to tell me what they're actually talking about. So I don't know what's going to happen, because had we not had this email exchange, it would just be FY27 budget discussion, and that just tells me that it's going to be a very broad meeting.
Yeah, historically, it's been Mary giving the rundown and the preview and sort of, this is how municipal government works, and this is where we get our funding, and this is how much money we have, and just the basic.
But I think what's also important in the email is he said what they're not going to be discussing. We're not going to be going over any department budgets. There's not going to be any announcement of any cuts. There's not going to be any estimates of any proposed override or anything like that.
Right.
So it's probably not a lot that we have to plan for.
What do you think the likelihood is that there will be some off-the-cuff remarks or like discussions around their opinions on the school budget?
All I'll say to that is that the select board has had a number of meetings where they've talked about priorities that are informing like the budget. And I don't have it in front of me, but the school, I think, is sort of like the number 4 priority. And what the number they have been throwing around is 3%. So I think we should just be prepared to receive that as part of Mary's presentation. And since we'll be in our meeting, I think we'll have hopefully we'll have the opportunity to ask some questions about that, probe it, challenge it, and I would recommend that we do that, because if we don't, then it kind of signals as just like a sort of a passive signal. It's like, oh, the school's getting 3%, whereas we're not far enough in the budget to know if even 3% meets our legal mandates of what our spending has to be, with special ed and transportation costs and all those things. So,
Is that something we'll leave? Would you chime in on that? Would Kelly? Or what's the?
I think it's a school. We have a school committee meeting, so we can chime in on if she makes a presentation and that comes up. I think we should all be prepared to ask questions about it.
Okay, because I know in our last workshop we discussed having a clear stance on how we're going to approach our own budget. Do we decide not to do that anymore?
Oh, no, we are doing that.
No, I don't. I mean,
Okay.
I don't think we didn't vote to make any decisions in that meeting. But I think what we talked in the workshop.
Yeah.
But in the workshop, I think what we talked about is, the idea of, really following the spirit of the law and the law itself by, having the school committee work with the superintendent to create a bottom-up school budget, and to make that have that be the formal request to the town once we vote on it. So if part of this discussion is like, okay, so the school has, just like the other department, just like we're assigning the other departments, the school needs to put together a budget of X%, whatever X% is. We can decide to follow that and do that, or we can have some discussion to figure out whether there's a better sort of way of handling it and why.
Okay. Sounds good.
Is that sarcastic? Does it sound good?
I mean, no, it does. It sounds good in theory. I think
Yeah.
in practice, I'll defer to other people to weigh in on that, because I might print out the law and understand it, but I wouldn't. I feel like we should have a more aligned approach, but I don't think we have time for that.
Well, I mean, look, I think that there's a key difference between how the schools operate in Massachusetts and other town departments. They're separate and distinct for a reason. There's a lot that comes along with me saying that, but one of the things is that the school committee is responsible for putting together a school budget.
Right.
That does not include necessarily taking direction from the town on putting a budget on what the town assigns.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the school committee's voted budget may not and most likely will not be approved by the town, because there's only so much money available after fixed costs. I think the question becomes, do we create a budget that the town assigns us to build? What are the pros and cons of doing that? I think that the pro is that we're able to take a look, we're able to craft a budget that is realistic in terms of like, here's what 3%, whatever number, let's say 3% will give us. I think the con is that by doing that, it can be perceived as that 3% is the perception of the reasonable budget, and anything else that the school committee votes on is looked at as, asking for too much.
Profligate spending.
Yeah, right, exactly. So that's discussion I think that we should have in the meeting if it comes up on the 8th, next week. You know, there's probably arguments both ways. But I'd like to have that discussion then, rather than just be a passive observer and not say anything and then just sort of go away with marching orders that are given to us by someone who does not have the authority to give us those marching orders.
That's where I thought we were aligned.
Yeah,
at our last
that- yeah.
meeting, saying
Yeah,
we aren't
exactly.
taking marching orders, so.
Yeah. I guess my point is that, like, if someone in that meeting says, like, okay, we'd like the schools to put together a 3% budget, we should have some discussion on that. That might be a good idea. We can talk about it, but I think it really needs to be made clear that, like, we have our own sort of Chapter 71 law set of laws to follow, and that doesn't include being given an arbitrary cap number by the town manager.
Do you have this printed out? I know that sounds really pedantic, but like, I'm fairly confident that those folks probably haven't read Massachusetts law on school. So perhaps having it there to reference would be.
Sure.
I
We
mean,
can
I'm
do that.
happy to bring it. I just want it grounded in facts rather than
Right.
speculation or whatever. And so the discussion would be, I think, enriched by
Yeah.
that type of text.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
That's good. I think that's a fair point.
You read it all, Matt? You wanna just-
Yeah, Matt's.
I can bring.
Matt's a spokesmodel. Copies.
I'll bring gifts for people. Yeah, I'll bring a pony. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor, aye.
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 That's my bedtime.